All right, welcome everybody to the Southern Region Advisory Council meeting. We appreciate everybody coming today. This meeting is a public meeting being held at SUU here in Cedar City, Utah. And today is November 12th at 6 p.m. It's also being streamed live on YouTube. This Regional Advisory Council considers your feedback on all the proposals today, which there is a quite large stack of proposals, and we will report them to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not this council, is charged with setting all wildlife policy. Got a little more statement here that I'll read. I guess the microphone's working okay. Try not to move too much. Wildlife management is complex and it is sometimes emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions about what is best. That's why we're here today. We encourage those who want to express their opinion at today's meeting to fill out a comment card. We have plenty of comment cards and we have time for all of your comments. So there's some green comment cards out back. If you want to speak on multiple agenda items, list the agenda item number at the top and we will keep that card up so that we ask for your comments on every one of those. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those who hold views that don't align with their own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where we can listen, digest, and address the concerns. Any disrespectful behavior, including booing, yelling, cheering, or laughing, will not be acceptable. If this behavior occurs, we will ask you to be respectful. If it continues, we will ask you to leave. Is this microphone working okay? Okay. Everybody can hear me okay? Lastly, please help reduce distractions by putting your phone on silent. If you need to take a call or use the restroom, you can exit the back door and it's right outside. We do have a hard stop time tonight at 10:30 p.m. We must be done with the meeting so they can clean up and be out of here by 11. That's a SUU request. We would like to welcome all the DWR staff that's here tonight, specifically those that are providing presentations and are available to answer questions. We're also privileged to have Director Jay Shirley here in attendance with us tonight. Appreciate him being here. And we have some Wildlife Board members. Mrs. Paula Richmond, thank you for coming tonight. She's here in attendance. We also have Kent Johnson, Randy Dirth, and Gary Nielsen online joining us. Thank you, board members, for joining us. We also have a Utah representative, Rec Ship, here. Thank you for being here this evening. It's going to be a good meeting. Welcome to all RAC members here. We'll go ahead and have everybody introduce themselves, starting here at the end with Russell.
I'm Russell Gardner. I represent the Farm Bureau and Ag.
I'm Rachel Bullis. I'm the non-consumptive rep.
Chuck Chamberlain. I represent the Forest Service out of Cedar City.
Tammy Pearson, Beaver County elected official.
Mike Grant, Sportsman's.
Bryant Johnson, public at large.
Bart Batista, non-consumptive rep.
Brooklyn Cox, BLM in Cedar City.
Thank you. I'm Austin Atkinson, the chairman of this RAC. I live here in Cedar City representing public at large. We welcome all of you public members that are attending. Appreciate you being here and those watching live on YouTube. Those who are attending in person will have opportunity to provide comments. Yes, I do. You're right. Riley and Chad and Verlin. We'll go in that order. Riley.
Riley Roberts from Tropic, Utah, representing Sportsman.
Chad Utley from St. George, Utah, public at large.
Verlin King, Bicknell, agriculture.
Thank you, guys. I didn't mean to forget about you online. We know you're here. But all of you public members that have showed up, we appreciate it. This is part of the public process. And we have literally hundreds of comments that have been submitted previously online from members all over the state and outside of the state. Those watching online will not be able to comment live during this meeting, but those here in attendance will be able to. The presentations were provided online and the public was able to provide comments before. I think that's all for introductions. So we will move to approval of the agenda and past minutes from our last meeting. Any discussion needed on that? If not, I will entertain a motion. Motion by Tammy to approve the agenda and the minutes. We have a second. Second by Bryant. All those in favor here in the room signify. Unanimous here in the room. Riley, Chad, I've got a hand raised, and Verlin, unanimous. Does that work for voting? Okay. Okay, now we'll go to agenda item number 3, informational, a quick wildlife board meeting update. And I will provide that. This is from the September 19th wildlife board meeting, which was the last one. This is the one that focused on fishing recommendations was the first one. There was a motion made by the Wildlife Board to ask the division to study the possibilities of increased opportunities for spearfishing and look at the impact spearfishing is having on Utah fisheries. That was placed on the action log, and that was a unanimous vote. There was a motion made to accept the division's proposal regarding the ice hole size for ice fishing, but asked that the division monitor the use of ice holes and the size of the holes being used and report back. That passed 3-2. There was a motion made to accept the proposal on Manning Meadows and Barney reservoirs and to reevaluate the reservoirs in 2 years. That passed unanimous. And then they passed unanimously the balance of the fishing recommendations. There was a motion made about the real property interests on R657 to pass those amendments. That passed unanimous. The conservation permit audit was then presented, and that passed unanimously as presented by the division. The same with the conservation permit annual report, passed unanimous. The expo permit audit that was presented by the division passed unanimously. The expo permit allocation for this upcoming year was presented and passed unanimously. And then the landowner association committee membership, there was a motion made to approve Eric Luke as the regional representative on the LOA committee. That passed unanimously. And then they approved, the last item was setting the 2025 RAC and board meeting dates for next year, and those passed unanimously. There's a couple minor date changes, but overall it stayed about the same. Any questions from the RAC on wildlife board or anything? Okay. I think that's it from the last board meeting. We will continue down the agenda and get to the good stuff. Short regional update from our regional supervisor, Kevin.
Thanks, Austin. I'm not going to give a presentation tonight just because of the length of our agenda, but I will give you just a few updates. Our wildlife biologists are currently in the middle of doing their bighorn sheep flights, and things look good in general. From what I've heard with those, there's still some concerns on numbers on the Zion unit, but that's been in a downward trend for a little while. And we're working on finding the reasons and getting that reversed. Pheasant releases and youth hunts have been going on. Our youth hunts are done, but we'll continue pheasant releases throughout the region until November 27th will be the last one. And you can find the locations where those will be released on the DWR website. Kind of a Washington County specific item, the Northern Corridor supplemental EIS, the final was released on that. That was a disappointing result. And not sure where that's going to end up, but it has impacts on just traffic in Washington County, and then our role in that is Mojave Desert tortoises. There's a meeting next Monday in Wayne County at the Wayne County Community Center in Bicknell. It's a Forest Service meeting on kind of a kickoff from a NEPA process that they're doing for the Boulder Mountain. This is a big deal. This will set us up for habitat projects on the Boulder Mountain, especially at least on the Fish Lake side of the Boulder Mountain. for the next several decades. It's a large scale NEPA project, and all the support that we can give the Forest Service on that will be appreciated. Again, that's from 7 to 9 next Monday in Bicknell. Our aquatics crew just finished their annual Lake Powell sampling, and that went well. Fish are still doing well in Lake Powell, and we are seeing some changes with the introduction of quagga mussels about a decade ago, but no catastrophic collapses, and fishing is still really good at Lake Powell. And then lastly, our aquatics crew starting tomorrow morning will be capturing goats up on the Tusher Mountains. We're sending a few goats to the Ruby Mountains in Nevada and some up to Willard Peak in northern Utah, in addition to collaring some goats to help us keep track of habitat use on the Tushers. And that's all I've got, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the RAC members? Comment, Tammy, yeah. Grab a mic.
We raise good goats, so you're welcome.
Beaver County raises good goats.
You're thanked.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, let's dive into the meat and potatoes here. Agenda item number 5. So I think the difficult thing this evening is going to be distinguishing these separate agenda items. So this first one is a statewide mule deer plan. But really the next 2 agenda items and then one later will also deal with certain portions of mule deer. So try to keep your comments to the agenda item that it is, but realize we will take comments on anything relating to mule deer, of course. This first agenda item, this has been a long time coming, a new statewide mule deer plan. And we've got the big game coordinator here, Dax Mangus here. Dax, any clarification or new data you'd like to provide us?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So one issue we did find, I guess maybe just a little bit of background. When we do a big species management plan overhaul like this, the division will form an external committee to try to get representation from different constituency groups, different parts of the state. And we did that with this committee. We had about 20 members. We had Russell from the RAC here, and I see several other committee members here in the room. We meet, talk about a lot of different ideas, look at a lot of different data. We heard from different groups and organizations and entities. And we tossed around a lot of ideas and went back and forth on those through this committee process. Ultimately, the committee gives the recommendation to the division. They serve in an advisory capacity. The division, we went ahead and adopted, I think, 99.9% of what the committee recommended. And then we're presenting that to you as the DWR's recommendation this evening. During the process, at one point in time, we had talked about a lower buck-to-doe ratio on premium limited entry units, 35 to 40. But then later, we revisited that issue, and the recommendation is 40 to 45 for premium limited entry units. And in the plan, when it talks about goals and objectives, that did not get updated. So just to clarify, the recommendation is 40 to 45 for premium limited entry units. And like Austin mentioned, it's a little tricky because there's kind of a lot of issues that are tangential to each other, related to each other in one way or another. So if we need to tag team some answers or go back and forth on some of the discussion, we're happy to do that. But primarily this agenda item, the deer plan, is where we have identified habitat objectives and goals, where we're setting buck-to-doe ratios and designating our hunt units and the buck-to-doe ratios on those units for general season limited entry, premium limited entry. So happy to answer any questions or provide any other clarification, and excited to jump into the discussion.
Thank you, Dax. Kind of how this order is going to work, try to distinguish questions from your comments. We're going to open it up for questions first, then we'll summarize public comment we received online, and then we'll receive public comment where you can come up, state your name and share your comments with us, and then we'll go to RAC discussion. Am I wrong? I can be wrong.
We'll do it that way.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll make it work. First, we'll open it up to questions from the RAC members for DAX or any of the other DWR staff. Questions from the RAC. Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got some questions. I highlighted a bunch of stuff on my PDF and then Adobe promptly erased it all. So we'll see what I can remember from that. First of all, appreciate all the work that's gone into this. There's been a lot of work put in this. I had some questions about lower buck-to-doe ratios in the research citing it leads to more deer in general. Is that universally true, regardless of carrying capacity conditions, or?
So it was an analysis of data from the state of Utah. And the information from that analysis indicated that what affects deer populations, population productivity and growth the most is environmental factors first. So weather, vegetative condition, carrying capacity, that's the most powerful influencer, the most powerful driver of what's happening with deer populations. The most powerful driver that we have the ability to manage, unfortunately, we can't manage precipitation quantities and timing. Wish we could. We work hard to try to manage habitats and work with partners to do good things in habitat, but those weather patterns those ones are outside our hands. One of the things we can manage is buck-to-doe ratio. We can manipulate that. We can manage units for higher or lower buck-to-doe ratios based on how we hunt bucks on those units. And the data indicates that when you are at a lower buck-to-doe ratio, your does are in better body condition. You have higher survival, higher productivity. So that's based on a pretty substantial data set from looking at a lot of collars across a lot of the state of Utah for a decade or so. And it's observational data. It is not experimental. We have not gone into a unit and done a treatment, from a research perspective where you would intentionally lower the buck-to-doe ratio and then compare, that unit to neighboring units or that unit to past performance at higher buck-to-doe ratios. That is something we talked about doing as part of the research proposal. Ultimately, we couldn't come to consensus on whether or not we were going to conduct that research. And so it's not part of the recommendation, but that data set was in conjunction with looking at some of the disease issues and their relationship with buck-to-doe ratios and the desire to provide opportunity for folks to hunt on a more regular basis. It was kind of a combination of those factors and that data set that led to the recommendations for adjustments to some of the buck-to-doe ratios.
Right.
So Dax, are you saying that somebody just observed this and decided that's what it was and there was no hard data saying that this is for sure what happens?
No, there's thousands of data points and observations.
And on the grid, when we have conditions like we have now,
it matters.
We keep increasing our deer herds and still have 20 to 25 bucks per 100 does on the landscape.
Yeah, environmental factors are going to outweigh this to a large degree. If you have favorable conditions, you can grow deer even at a higher buck-to-doe ratio is what we observed. When you're in a drought cycle or having not favorable conditions, that's where the effect of this is seen more.
In the drought cycle.
Yeah.
Was there a survey done to the public asking them what how they felt about buck-to-doe ratios?
Yes.
Did that come back nearly 60% said don't drop buck-to-doe ratios?
Most hunters want high buck-to-doe ratios. They want to draw regularly. They don't want to feel crowded while they're hunting. Yes.
About 60% was what it came back as.
Yep.
With two other categories split on dropping buck-to-doe ratios, correct?
Yeah, sounds right. Yep.
Yeah, that's just approximate. Was that survey ever released to the public
No,
so they could see the results?
we haven't released it. We could.
That would be great, I think.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brent. Chuck?
So when you've got some units you're going to split up, are you going to just split the tags proportional to territory or what you think the deer population is, or how will you split those tags up, some of those units?
From talking with the biologists on some of the units where we're recommending changes, we do have, like the Oker Stansbury, for example, we have pretty good ideas of where hunters were hunting. the minerals and the bald mountain, splitting that off from the beaver. I don't know if we have as good a data on that unit, but the idea is to try to mimic what the current distribution of hunters. Just it's a little bit of a guess on some of these units, but that's the idea. The intent is to try to match current hunter distribution.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to get mine over and be quiet the rest of the night. So you talked about using models and data to be able to automatically move population or tags up to 30% without RAC approval. Is that going to be an automatic, the model says we go up 15% and we just go up 15%, or how much say at that point does the biologist have in the movement of those tags?
So yeah, the proposal is that the biologist would look at the current population size, productivity information like fawn to doe ratios, previously observed buck to doe ratios. So the demographics, the different cohorts of the population or segments of the population, look at our survival data. And this is something we've been doing to formulate our recommendations the past few years. We look at all these pieces of data, the survival data, data from when we've had deer in hand on those units. We look at weather conditions and trends, and look at previous hunter harvest data, and then use that to try to set a permit number to achieve our buck to doe ratio objective that's in the approved plan. That's been what we've been doing the last few years. And when we get the recommendation that we're asking for based on the data, we've been doing a pretty good job of hitting right there around our objective, what we're aiming for. But it's been a point of contention, and there's a lot of arguing about, well, do we actually want to manage to these objectives that we've agreed to in the plan? And so I think this is a great discussion. I'm glad you're bringing this up. If folks want to manage for higher buck to doe ratios, like this is where we should have that discussion, not try to effectively accomplish that every spring by not giving enough permits or giving too many permits to actually manage to the buck to doe ratios. So that's what we're hoping to do, is to have those discussions when we approve the plan, and then be able to actually manage to the plan within some sideboards. If they're going to be really large changes, we bring that through the public process. But if we're just making adjustments to manage to the agreed upon objectives in the approved plan, it would give us a little more flexibility to actually do that.
Dax, I know Utah is very unique, but are you aware of any other Western states that manage for buck to doe ratios as low as Utah is proposing?
I think Idaho may have some units that are in the same ballpark as ours, but a lot of other Western states manage for higher buck to doe ratios than we do in Utah.
Dex, can you explain the 30% automatic permit setting will not go through the public process if you go up or down 30% of permits? Was that from the committee? Was that from DWR? Where did that come from?
So the DWR initiated that conversation in the committee. We had good support from the committee, and the committees where we actually settled on the number there. But yeah, that was, and maybe you've noticed if you watched like in the last spring RAC cycle, or I think at the Wildlife Board work session this last spring also, I showed a graph of deer populations in Utah and permit numbers or hunters afield. And you can see in that graph that the hunter numbers since the early 90s have been basically a relatively flat to declining line. Whereas we've had periods of time where the population really grew, we didn't add permits, and the population shrank, we probably cut some permits, but we haven't done a very good job of reflecting what's actually available for hunters to harvest and how we adjust permit numbers. And so that was what prompted that conversation and that discussion of how can we more optimally utilize the resource that's available to us and do it in a proactive way.
Dex, can you tell us the discussions that went into the deer committee? We pushed a lot of ideas to the deer committee, right? From this RAC and other RACs over the last couple of years, said, wait for the deer committee, they'll fix it all. Can you tell me the discussion about merging deer draws or dissolving general season terminology units? Was that shut down by the DWR? Was it brought up?
Yeah, it was brought up. It was discussed quite a bit. We even had an emergency extra meeting. The committee met 10 times total. And I think we initially had only scheduled, I think, 9 meetings, but we had that additional meeting. Talked about it quite a bit. We had Lindy Varney, our licensing coordinator, and our staff from our licensing program came in. We went through a lot of data and talked about it. Within the deer committee, that committee was just laser focused on deer. And some of the side effects, if you will, from making some of those changes, like getting rid of the general season preference point system or merging it or somehow combining it with the limited entry bonus point system, could potentially result in some huge changes to drawing odds for pronghorn and elk. And it's a fairly large change that affects more than just deer and deer hunting. We had a lot of discussions, as you see later on in the agenda. After kind of going full circle on it, talking about everything from just throwing everything out and starting over to different types of combinations and modifications and changes. Ultimately, the committee moved forward with keeping things very close to the way they currently are. You will see later on the agenda tonight a recommendation to eliminate the ability to accrue both a general season preference point and a dedicated hunter point at the same time.
Thank you. Brian?
Dax, I believe in the mule deer plan, it says in 1996, there for several years, we managed for $15 for 100 does on a unit to stay above that. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't have a copy of the plan in front of me, but it sounds right.
Did that work?
Yeah, depends who you ask, but biologically, at $15 per 100 does, you're fine.
But did this come back from the public a few years later and say, you've got to do more? Because $15 per 100 does at that time was not working. I mean, is how I see it.
Yeah, and we've probably heard that every year that we've managed general season deer units. There are always folks that would like to see our general season deer units managed at higher buck to doe ratios. There's also a lot of folks that want to draw more often. And so when you manage bucks and how you hunt bucks, it's a game of trade-offs to some degree. There's a lot of trade-offs. And, if you manage at higher buck to doe ratios, you give fewer permits, you get to hunt less often. If you manage at lower buck to doe ratios, you give more permits, you get to hunt more often.
I agree with you to a point there. The public did, though, however, say don't lower buck to doe ratios in this survey. Now, was dedicated hunter ever talked about doing away with dedicated hunter? That takes all those tags, and for 2 out of those 3 years, it puts it back into your general draw system.
Yeah,
for someone else to have a tag.
We did. We discussed the dedicated hunter program and discussed everything from completely eliminating it to changing it to an annual program where you just gave, 15% of the permits annually as almost a multi-season type opportunity, and kind of everything in between. Ultimately, at the end of it, the committee members felt like they liked the dedicated hunter program generally the way it is, and the division agreed with that recommendation from the committee.
Did you get a feel as to why they like the dedicated hunter program? I've been a dedicated hunter for most since it came out, and I love to hunt. But
I think that's why most folks like it.
I'm
Gives them a
willing
lot
to
of days
give
in
it
the
up.
field.
And what I'm asking you is, did it ever come down to the money it provides?
No.
Because what this mule deer committee had was they wanted to provide opportunity. That came up. I actually got to attend one meeting. You remember that?
Yeah.
It came up many times. This mule deer committee to me felt like a loaded deck for opportunity over public interest in how the survey came back. I felt like the lone man, and I was warned going up there, arguing for keeping our buck to doe ratios on these units. Well, we've got great conditions. We're growing deer. It's looking good. But when it was all done, I only got to come to the one meeting. It came back and they ignored 90% of what the public said in that survey.
So I guess I'd just say to that, that's why we have these public meetings for folks to express desires if they want to see us managed at different buck to doe ratios. And the committee and the information that they received, the data they looked at is a little different than what the general season saw when they were surveyed. If you surveyed the general public and said, hey, do you want to pay taxes? Most people would say no, but they would also say that they want to see a strong national defense and good education and infrastructure and highways and roads. And sometimes when you ask the general public, what do you want? They say, we want a lot of bucks. We want high buck to door ratios. We also want to draw every year, and we don't want to be crowded while we're out there. And so we rely and lean more heavily on some of these folks that are really involved and engaged in the process and understand some of these trade-offs. And it doesn't mean we don't value what the general public says. And sometimes we have to make hard decisions in deciding which way to go with it. And that's why I'm glad we have this public process in the RAC meeting tonight. I personally don't feel like the committee was stacked with folks that only wanted opportunity. We reached out to a lot of different groups and entities and asked them to send a representative to us. We didn't cherry pick very many people for this
Dax,
committee.
the reason I said that was when the survey results were coming out, there was a point there where the public opinion was we would hunt less often if we could hunt a better size animal. And there was some of those committee members, some that sat on the wildlife board, threw their hands in there and said, people will say whatever they want. Then there was a question that asked, how often is it all right to hunt a general season using? The majority came back every year, it was set out for 1 year, basically.
Yeah.
That question did not include how often is it okay to hunt a general season unit if you could hunt a more mature animal. And so it kind of tricked them, and then they're going, see, they'll say whatever they want. Do you think there is a need to have, because we talk about social issues and we talk about scientific issues in these meetings, in this mule deer plan, a lot of it's science, a lot of how we hunt deer is social. To have a good set down with the group of people about the social ways we hunt deer. We're going to get into things later, and I know we're jumping all over the board here, but we're going to get into things later on this Pine Valley thing where it's 4-point or better, yet you're setting it up for lifetime license holders. And I haven't even heard that come up from the 2 other acts to take all those tags. And what was said about lifetime license holders during the mule deer committee? I do know that came up many times and said, don't bring it up anymore.
That was a lot of stuff there. That was kind of like questions mingled with comments, but we did have a lot of discussions about survey results. You're right. Most people said, yeah, we're willing to wait, but we're willing to wait about every other year, which is the current drying odds is about every other year. If you look at it, averaged across the whole state. We talked about limited entry, lifetime license holders. We had quite a bit of conversation about lifetime license holders. And that conversation, there was different voices. Some folks felt like, hey, they took advantage of an opportunity that existed and the promise was made to them, and we've got to fulfill that promise and it shouldn't be modified in any way. And there were folks that felt like things have changed as far as what we call a general season deer hunt. Things have changed so much since the lifetime license opportunity was available. It's not even the same thing anymore, and it should be modified and changed. So there were a lot of discussions with regard to that. Ultimately, part of the committee process, there was an attitude from the committee that they would like to see some type of a limitation on the percentage of permits that might be allocated to lifetime license holders on some units. And that would require a change to state code. That's not something we could do through the deer plan.
Are they guaranteed a tag on whatever unit they want?
Any general season unit they want.
Any general season?
Yes.
Okay. So if it changes from general to limited entry, that does away with that?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know that I can answer that.
I
really,
understand, but
it's complicated. I do think a lot of lifetime license holders would feel like they were not getting what they signed up for. I think it would be a really controversial change.
I think they deserve a tag. They did buy it, or we should go and reimburse them back.
Our intent is to comply with the direction we've received in state code at all times.
But I know that's become a big social issue getting talked about, especially when we do things.
Let's jump to Riley. Riley, you got a question?
Yeah. Dax, thanks for being in the hot seat tonight. Just a couple of questions. I know we managed to buck to doe ratio. One of the questions I had is what's our overall population? Where's our deer herd at statewide right now? Do you have a number
It's about 200,
estimate?
about 280,000 as of, at the end of the survival year last year. So we're coming up here in another couple months, we'll have a new population estimate, but our most recent one, 280,000.
Okay, thanks. And with the proposals that we're putting in place with part of your presentation, probably the first 5-10 minutes, we talked a lot about, increasing the deer herds. That's what we're trying to do, is increase the population throughout the state. With the proposals that are in place, what are the projections for total numbers in the state?
So I wish I had a great answer to that. It really depends on a lot of factors. Right now, we have some great data that indicates if you have a mild November and some bucks in December, and bucks are able to put some fat back on, does are able to put a little more fat back on before they go into the winter, that can change survival rates. So it's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen at this point in time. In November, it's pretty hard to know. We may end up with a winter like we had in 22-23 in northern Utah this winter. So it is hard to know exactly where we're going to be, what's going to make it through this winter. If you're asking for like right now, if we're going to come up with a population estimate in December for our post 2024 population estimate, I haven't crunched the numbers yet, but I got an update today from our research partners that are part of our deer survival study, and survival looks quite good in southern Utah. Fawn production and fawn survival looks quite good in southern Utah. It's more average in central and northern Utah at this point. I suspect we'll see some population growth, maybe back to that 300,000 type level. But I'm a little premature. I'm kind of guessing rather than calculating at this point. As far as moving into the future, if this plan is adopted and we implement some of these proposals, I wish we could tell you exactly what's going to happen. All I can tell you is we're trying to do the best job we possibly know how to grow deer and move towards that statewide population objective of a little over 400,000 deer.
And so that's what the objective is right now, is just over 400,000.
Yeah, it's the sum total of all the unit plan objectives. So, but yeah, that's what it is right now. I think it's like 404,000, right around that ballpark, just a little over 400.
And so is there, I understand with all of the environmental conditions and drought and winter kill, there's lots going on there, but just managing with the buck to doe ratio, there's some of these units, especially in the southern end of the state, where we're looking at changing some of those buck to doe ratios. What kind of percentage are we looking at gaining, from year to year, to increase those? I think that's where a lot of the sportsmen, at least that I've talked to, have that concern is, hey, we're trusting you. You're trying to change some of these numbers on us that we're not really comfortable with. What are we getting out of this? What do you see percentage wise? And I know that's very general question because we're not unit specific on that. But what are we looking at? Let's say we drop the buck to doe ratio one step down. What are we looking at percentage wise in increase in overall population on a particular unit?
Okay, yeah. Let me see if I understand your question, and kind of the feedback you're getting is saying, okay, if we do drop the buck to doe ratio and that increases productivity, they want more concrete numbers to say, is it worth lowering our buck to doe ratio to 15 to 17 if that means a 3% increase in the population or a 10% increase in the population? Is that kind of the question you're getting at?
Yeah, correct. It's kind of the, hey, what are we getting out of this? We're trying to increase our deer herd statewide. If we had 600,000 head of deer in the whole state, I don't know that a lot of these issues that we'd be talking about would be as big a deal. But right now we're less than the 300,000 mark, and so now we're going. It's kind of that NIMBY, you know, where it's not in my backyard. I don't want you messing with the Pine Valley. Or I don't want you messing with the boulder. So what do the sportsmen, the hunters of field, what are they getting out of this percentage wise? I think they're looking at just like a little bit more than trust us.
Yeah. So, and that's an exercise I haven't done, but I mean, we have the slope of the line where we look at growth rates versus lambda. I mean, we could crunch the numbers. I haven't crunched them. So that's a good question.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Riley. Can I ask a quick question on that? We're on that topic. It's been brought up in other meetings that if we don't harvest yearling bucks, we're going to waste so many of them anyway, because survivability shows they die. Do you have any numbers from most recent survivability? Are yearling bucks dying as bad as we thought?
Let's see here. Maybe I'll give a second here to Kent Hersey, our big game special projects coordinator, to help me with that.
Thanks. So previous years suggest that the data were about 45% of bucks going from 1.5 to 2.5 were dying due to causes other than hunting, with the two primary causes being predation by lions and roadkill. So when they start wandering, they just become more susceptible. This past year, we did put out a bunch of collars kind of targeting yearling bucks on Pine Valley, Monroe, Boulder, and Zion. We still had some throughout the state that were from fawns that were collared at 6 months old that lived and survived to that point. We don't have official numbers on that yet, but it's generally, I would say, 65 to 75% survival this year. So for whatever reason, it's higher. I don't think we know the why yet. We want to look into that more. Is this just an anomaly here? Were we dealing with side effects of small fawns and drought-related issues and other things that caused the low survival estimates we got in previous years? We don't really know. So that's something we want to look into a lot more. But this year, it is lower than adults. They're not consistent at the 85 to 90% that you would expect for a prime-aged adult. It is definitely lower, but it doesn't seem to be as bad as we thought it might be. So we're going to keep looking at it and see where it goes.
Thank you, Kent. Dex, another question going along with that. It's been said by many DWR staff, and yourself included, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but how we hunt bucks does not affect the productivity of the herd or the growth of the herd. It's been brought up time and time again. And yet we are asking to lower buck to doe ratios with all these other reasons that I feel like kind of get lost in the weeds. But can you help me? We got to draw the line here. We're not biologists sitting on this rack, most of us. Is it going to increase the herd by lowering the buck to doe? Is that the DWR's position, or is it how we hunt bucks doesn't matter?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that, because that is something that I've said and the division has said for years. And typically that's been in response to what we need to do to grow this herd is just shut it down for a few years, or what we need to do is stop hunting bucks here and the herd will grow. There's no data or evidence to suggest that that works. And so that's been the messaging for a lot of years. Bucks don't have babies. Shutting down buck hunting isn't the silver bullet that's gonna grow your deer herds. We definitely said that time and time again over the years. And for anyone who hasn't watched it, I would highly recommend going back and watching the Wildlife Board work session from this spring when Dr. Larson and Dr. McMillan talk about this data set and this phenomenon that we've begun to observe. This is something new, and it does suggest that how we hunt bucks can affect herd productivity, but that relationship is negatively correlated, meaning if we manage to lower buck to doe ratios, it appears to increase herd productivity and it might grow deer. So that is different than the messaging we've shared in the past. It's a newer analysis. It's a new data set. The messaging that reducing buck hunting or managing for a high buck to doe ratio or closing a unit isn't a silver bullet to recover deer populations. I think that's still the messaging you would get from the division. But this data suggests that potentially managing at lower buck to doe ratios could grow deer.
Thank you. I heard both of those messages in these presentations. That's why I asked. When I look at the deer plan, very few changes were made to season dates, season lengths, weapon types, unit boundaries. the biggest change is buck to doe. To go along with what you said, we didn't dive into your models. We didn't dive into harvest of how we set permit numbers. It came down to buck to doe. So as a public member or as a RAC member sitting here, is that all we should be looking at today and say, I know what 20 feels like, 20 bucks per 100 does because I hunted this year. In my mind, do I want hunting to be different, less or more? Is that the ultimate question we should be asking? Because you didn't change anything else on the plan.
Yeah, so I think our contention would still be that what drives deer populations primarily is going to be weather conditions and habitat for the most part. In some circumstances, predators are also going to drive deer population growth. When it comes to how we hunt bucks, there is potential that there's maybe some impact to population growth based on how we hunt bucks. We did update quite a bit of information in the plan on what we've done and what we're learning with our deer collar survival study across the state. And we had quite a bit of input from our folks in our habitat section and our impact analysis. And we made some changes there. I don't think those changes make as loud of a blip on the radar to our hunters, because hunters really experience deer through deer hunting primarily. And so hunters tend to be a lot more interested in how we hunt bucks rather than what kind of comments we make on a NEPA document. And it is very important, the comments we make on a NEPA document and the partnerships and projects we participate in with federal land management agencies or other partners. But where the most of the focus is on how we hunt bucks, whether that's season dates or whether that's buck to doe ratios. And when we look through all the data, there wasn't a huge appetite from the committee or from the general public to adjust season dates. I think we did make some pretty significant unit boundary changes, probably more than we've made in quite a while, but still they're relatively minor. So how we hunt bucks tends to be what gets the most attention and passion from hunters. And in the meantime, kind of behind the scenes, there's a whole lot of work going on to improve habitats, increase water distribution, minimize impact from development, manage predation, all those types of things. People see that and they say, oh, cool. Well, let's talk about how we hunt bucks.
For sure. Go ahead, Bart.
I wanted to dovetail off that point, that question you were asking. So I haven't read that, or I didn't see the presentation that you mentioned in the.
You're missing out. 40 minutes of pure entertainment, Bart.
I'd be thrilled by it. So I guess I'm a little bit skeptical of, the lower buck to doe ratios, only because it seems a convenient tool to get more permits out there. And I'm not against more permits out there. It's just, it seems like we're conveniently finding more permits, more ways to get more permits when we're still well below objective for the state, herd, correct?
Yes, population-wise, yeah.
So how many years of data was that study that showed that hunting more bucks causes a bigger population? Because I think I'm not a hunter, but I have managed hunting programs before at Camp Pendleton specifically. So if deer have 1-2 fawns every year, or does do, right? And it's the 50-50, is it a 50% male, 50% female? And you're gonna have 40% survival. And then you say that the biggest factor is weather, really, which affects habitat, forage, and all that sort of stuff. But we're focusing on this tiny little factor of bucks, when we have already said the biggest factor is weather, which we can't control. And so that's why I'm just skeptical. How many years was the data set? And are we really confident in it? And or will you be continuing that study?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So looking at the study, we're looking at herd productivity, buck to doe ratios, fawn to doe ratios over a 15-year period, 2008 through 2022. looking specifically at body fat and how that factors in was the last 8 years of that. So 2015 through 2022. So it's a pretty substantial data set, and we're talking hundreds of animals distributed across the state every single year. So it's a pretty substantial data set. And to the idea that it seems like we're just constantly looking for ways to increase permits, I guess I'd call your attention back to that graph again. If you look at the line, permit numbers have declined and declined and declined, since 92. So it's, I think the division has often made recommendations to increase permits, especially in this region. And then those recommendations have often been changed or we didn't increase the permits. So it might sound like we're a broken record sometimes saying, hey, increase permits. And it's because the units, they might be below the population objective, but they're above the buck to doe ratio objective. So based on the direction of the plan, we make recommendations to increase permits.
I think I maybe reacting to, I think it was 2 years ago after we had the big winter, and magically, we doubled permits in the southern region, but not in the northern, and cut them all in the northern region. So it's like there's this magic balancing act.
Yeah, I can see how it might appear that way, but and this plan right now is where I'm so glad we're having these discussions. This is where we set the buck to doe ratios in the plan. And if in the past, southern region had higher buck to doe ratios than the rest of the state. And if that is still what the southern region wants to recommend, now would be the time to do that. And you can weigh all the trade-offs, and maybe it seems like it's worth it to you, maybe not. I guess that's your prerogative.
Russell, you got a question?
Yeah, I sit on the committee, and going into it, I felt like there was a lot of discussion about another tier on the buck to doe ratios. How come that thing's doing that to me? Are we good? Anyway, and from personal observation, 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does, most hunters were quite satisfied in our area, and seemed we were growing deer even with the droughts until several years ago when we had the diseases hit as well. But I guess my point being is at the committee, when the proposals came about to actually increase buck to doe ratios, we were a minority, especially after the presentations by Brock and Randy that indicated we needed lower buck to doe ratios. So it seemed as though the mood shifted from, keeping the buck to doe ratios where they were, or even increasing some of them, to, we need to lower them. And, and I asked Dax will remember this, that I asked him if it's the way we hunt these bucks, because obviously, according to their studies, the fat on the fawns and the doe survivability. So the question I had is it the buck's fault? Habitat? Are we chasing those deer 4 months out of the year and running the fat off? Remember the conversation? Randy and Brock both indicated that it was not conclusive that the bucks are the problem. But their studies indicate could be.
Thanks, Russell. Just go along with that, Dax. To be clear, the study that Dr. Millen has referenced, this is not a peer review. This is not a journal published. Like, this is inconclusive at this point.
So it's been submitted for publication, and they're in the review process right now. I anticipate it should be published quite soon.
Thank you. Any other questions from the RAC? Rachel?
I just have a quick biology question. Is the buck to doe ratio highly correlated with the population size generally? Like, are we the main drivers of that? So if there's less hunting, there's more buck to does and more population, or is it pretty loosely correlated?
It's pretty loosely correlated. There are some biological thresholds at the bottom end, and it appears maybe at the top end of a buck-to-doe ratio range as well. But no, we'll often see when we have good conditions, we'll see great population growth. We see the same pregnancy rates. We'll see great survival on a unit with low buck-to-doe ratio and on a unit with high buck-to-doe ratios if you have good conditions. If you have poor conditions, those growth rates tend to mirror each other relatively closely. If that were true, you would expect to see populations on, military installations or national parks. If all you had to do to grow more deer was to not hunt bucks as much, that would be easy. That would be quite easy, but it doesn't tend to work that way.
Thanks.
Right?
How much discussion went into lowering the premium limited entry units somewhere a lot lower than 40, maybe down to 30, and allowing more opportunity? Right now, you might be 30 years, 40 years to draw some of those tags. And it's been my observation that there's a lot of older deer there that never get harvested. And is it about the money we're getting for those tags? Because I don't think it could be. There's not enough of them. So why not, if opportunity is so important, take some of these things and give us more opportunity, but don't drop them so far where it does, where you take like the Henrys and turn it into the Beaver Mountain where, there's very few 4 points. And I don't know if there's a lot of social issues I think really need more discussion that aren't getting looked at the way they need to. So how much discussion went into that?
Yeah, the committee spent a lot of time talking about buck-to-doe ratios on both general season and limited entry and premium limited entry units. Most of the state is managed for general season hunting, but we do have a handful of units. Only a couple that we manage in that premium category, and I think there's 7 or 8 that are managed as limited entry units. And as I mentioned earlier, buck hunting is kind of this game of trade-offs. And there is a substantial, as you brought up, there is a substantial segment of the hunting public that says, we want to see higher buck-to-doe ratios. We want to see more bucks. And so we try to diversify the types of management that we implement on deer units where we hunt bucks so that there's a little bit of something for everyone. We do manage the bulk of the deer populations for general season hunting, but there's those handful of limited entry and premium and limited entry units. And this recommendation, this plan cycle, truncates the buck-to-doe ratio objectives for general season units from 25 to 35 to 25 to 30. And on premium limited entry units, it was previously 40 to 55, and we're recommending it go to 40 to 45. So in some ways, maybe that gets at the question you're asking. The idea is to give perhaps a little more opportunity on those types of units, but there's still a relatively small amount of opportunity for units when you manage for buck-to-doe ratios that are that high.
In this plan, when we start talking about disease and stuff, and you have 40 to 45 bucks per 100 does on a unit like Henry's, according to what you're saying, we're asking for nightmare with CWD down there. And we could give that opportunity and get more limited entry hunters through. We don't have to manage. So there's 5, 10, 200-inch deer on a unit. But if you can go hunt a mature deer, maybe that's the way we should go to give more opportunity. I don't know. This is a social issue, but
yeah, I'm glad we're having the discussions. These are good discussions, and
it seems to go against your mule deer plan. These units that you have those kind of buck objectives.
You're right. I think ideally we probably wouldn't, especially if a unit was chronic wasting disease positive. If we had CWD on a unit, it would probably not be best practices based on the science to manage that unit for a high buck-to-doe ratio. And by managing some of these units for higher buck-to-doe ratios, we're perhaps increasing the risk of CWD potentially showing up on those units and being spread around. And as I mentioned before, it's a relatively small number of units, and we're trying to provide a diversity of different types of hunting opportunity because that's what the public wants. And yeah, but you're not wrong. It is probably to some level, it's inconsistent to say, hey, we should probably manage everything to a lower buck-to-doe ratio, except right here, 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 and here, we want to manage those to a really high buck-to-doe ratio. And I hope I've explained kind of the why behind that. But again, it's just kind of this game of trade-offs and trying to at least provide some of that type of hunting opportunity, even if that might not be optimal for deer management.
You're right, but there are some of your limited entry units that aren't premium limited entry that are performing at or above the Henrys and the Ponce gun over the last few years.
And to the point that, you know, that you said, you know, we maybe don't need to manage units specifically for 200-inch bucks. There are good bucks taken on pretty much every unit in the state every year. Not a lot of them. And some of those bucks are taken by somebody who worked really, really hard or someone who got really, really lucky. But there's always a few good ones out there. And that's one of the nice things about our general season deer management is, you know, if you are really, really good, or if you're really, really lucky, you know, there's still that chance. If you're sitting home for 15 years in between tags, there's no chance if you're not out there hunting. If you're out there hunting, it might be slim, but there's a chance.
Mike, you got a question?
So one question, and a lot of my questions have been answered in this conversation, but one thing that I couldn't clarify, and some of the questions I got asked was like our premium limited entry units. Do we manage 40 to 45 bucks per 100 does? It's been a while since I've been on the Henrys, a few years, but if we're managing 40 to 45 bucks per 100 does, and you're telling us biologically we have a more prominent herd at 15 to 17 or 17 to 20 bucks per 100 does. I don't remember herding does and fawns out in front of me in the truck on the Henry Mountains. If that's how you manage, if we're managing our deer for trophy or opportunity, like Bryant says, if we open that opportunity, you're telling us that we could grow way more deer on the Henry Mountains if we lowered that buck to doe ratio, same that we want to do on some of our units in southern Utah. And I'm all for one for opportunity for the sportsmen to get the people out to hunt, but it seems like we're managing backwards on premium limited entry units where we should be herding does and fawns out in front of our trucks like sheep herds, but there's you see very few does and fawns that I remember on the Henry Mountains, the Poncegon, other than on landowners' fields and cornfields and hay fields where they prominently live year round. So I guess my question is that rock solid data, and or do we leave it where we're at I think 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does? Because your comment earlier mentioned we just made the transition of now we're starting to see predation. We're starting to see the effects of lowering our predation, managing a lot of these causeways or freeways, high fences, summer pastures, those types of things. Is there going to be a benefit if we wait in this plan for 3 years and we recommend that southern to stay that way? I guess my question is, where's the trade-off? Do we leave 45 to 50 bucks per 100 does, offer some opportunity? Because in biology standpoint, you're telling us if we manage for lower buck to doe ratio, we're going to have a higher population, correct? Of does and fawns.
That's a big question. I'm trying
I know.
to wrap my head around it. I guess I want to say the data indicates, and there was a study done in Colorado by Chad Bishop. The data indicates that managing at lower buck to doe ratios can increase productivity. I don't know if that's necessarily like a gigantic increase to where if we managed at a really low buck to doe ratio, you're going to be just waiting for giant herds of does and fawns to get out of the way from in front of your truck. And small changes in population growth rates do have a very large compounding effect over time. So I guess I said the way you hunt bucks isn't necessarily a silver bullet that's going to grow deer. I guess I would also say, you know, lowering buck to doe ratios, we haven't experimentally tried that yet. I don't know that I can say it's going to, you know, be a complete game changer and your herds are going to double overnight if we manage it at 8 bucks per 100 does. I am saying the data indicates you have higher population growth rates at lower buck to doe ratios. So I just don't want to overstate that. I do think the data indicates that, and that was something that was factored into the decisions and recommendations of this committee. And there's still enough demand and desire. There's folks with 30+ preference point or bonus points putting in for the Henry Mountains. So, you know, again, it's kind of this game of trade-offs, and we recognize, we're going into it eyes wide open. We recognize the way we might be managing the Paunsaugunt or the Henry Mountains or even some of the other limited entry units might not be optimal or ideal for population growth, but it probably is ideal if you're trying to manage for a handful of really big bucks for a handful of people.
Dex, real quick, can you give us an example when a biologist goes out and does a survey in November on buck classification and they count 20 bucks per 100 does? What's that breakup of that 20 look like? And you can generalize it a little for me, but a lot of hunters here, they see a spike that's barely above his ears. They're not thinking, oh, that's a buck, but is it not in the classification? What's that breakdown look like generally?
Yeah, that's funny you asked that, because I remember, I think it was a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago, in this rack, had a guy tell us that there's no bucks left, there's no bucks. And then he said, yeah, all I saw were, 2 points and 3 points. So when the division classifies bucks, we're classifying 2 points, we're classifying 3 points, we're classifying spikes. So we do, and 4 points and bigger, we're classifying those bucks. On a general season unit, you'll see a handful, but you're not necessarily seeing, a ton of big giant 4 points running around on general season units after the season ends. There's a few, but primarily you're going to see, yearlings and 2-year-olds, which are going to be, spikes and 2 points and 3 points is going to be the bulk of what you see if you're classifying on a general season deer unit. And you have to keep in mind that by the time the hunt rolls around the next year, those bucks that survive will all be a year older. They'll be a little bigger probably. And you'll have recruited in a new cohort of that year's fawns that turn into yearling bucks. So when we classify, we don't count fawns. I've heard that before, that the division counts half of the fawns as bucks. We don't do that when we're classifying. We count bucks though. If it's a spike buck and a biologist can see that clearly, they will classify that as a spike buck.
In my example, how many of those you said the bulk of would be yearlings or 2 points? Is that like 10, 15, 18 out of 20? How many are mature bucks generally on a general season classification, meaning it's a 3-year-old or older?
I don't know if I know that off the top of my head. We have those data. We could dive into it and look. I don't know if I know off the top of my head.
I know in my experience, when I've done classification, it's been very low, 2 to 3, where I would say, oh, that may be a 3-year-old, and the other 17 or 18 are.
And it might depend a little bit on the unit you're
Sure.
on as well. I think
Okay.
that's probably true as well.
Bart, microphone.
Getting away from.
Turn your microphone on, Bart.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Getting away from buck to doe ratios, habitat management. In the plan, it says that, ideal restoration projects that benefit mule deer should be large in scale, include mosaic patterns to increase patchiness and edge effects. So and it says in part of the goals are supposed to be, you want to coordinate with federal agencies. Do we do that, or is there coordination? Because most of the projects that I see in the Kanab area up on the Paunsaugunt and Zion unit, it's chaining, mastication of these large swaths. Do we have, what is that ideal patch size across the landscape to benefit mule deer? And I understand that they manage the landscape for fire and for cattle and other things as well. But what would be the ideal patch size if we're really trying to grow deer, and if habitat and habitat quality is one of the best factors in doing that besides the weather? Well, the weather affects that. So,
Yeah. So I hear a couple questions there. That first question, do we actually coordinate with folks? I mean, Kevin in the regional update announced we're having a big NEPA coordination meeting next Monday. So yes, they do. The regions work pretty closely with our federal land management agency partners to put together, large scale NEPA to implement these types of projects. As far as what's the ideal patch size, I'm probably not the guy to ask that question, but I would suggest get together with Gary Bezant in the Cedar City office there in the region. And I think Gary could run through probably, the most up-to-date recent research and information and findings there. I'm probably not the guy with that expertise to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. That was a lot of questions. Do we have some questions from the public that have not been asked by the RAC already? We'd love to hear your question. Run up to the microphone here. You can ask your question, listen to the answer, save your comments for the comment section.
My name is Paul Marshall, Beaver County. question about the data. You're presenting data about a lower buck-to-doe ratio, which is counterintuitive to anything we've ever thought as to growing deer. And when you say growing deer, you pique my attention, okay? Because I'm all about growing deer, but I want quality deer. So I'm a mental health guy. I'm a counselor. I study psychology. I see data all the time. You're presenting data that has been reviewed or is in the review process. That does not mean this data is accurate or accurized yet. Okay. The other thing that I know about what I study when it comes to data is manipulated very, very easily. I can take psychological data and numbers, and I can honestly make it say anything I want it to say. So I personally am a little troubled by presenting data, first of all, it's not been reviewed. And honestly, it's counterintuitive to anything we've ever heard in the past. Where's this data coming from? We've been in years and years of drought. Our deer herd has been on the decline. We blame that on weather. We have done some amazing habitat work, especially in southern Utah over the last several years. We've got highway improvement. You know, we were doing everything we can to save deer. I just have a lot of questions about the data and how we're pulling out buck-to-doe ratio compared to everything else we are doing to grow deer and say that, hey, this is the magic bullet. I think that's enough. But anyway, that's my comment, question, however you want to address that.
Yeah. No, that's fair. We try to make science-based management decisions. We try to use data and incorporate the best data that we have. Sometimes it takes a while to get some of these data through the public process, but if the case is compelling enough, we will sometimes try to act on it. Not every piece of data we have goes through. Some of it's pretty intuitive and doesn't go through a giant scientific review process, and it's not all necessarily published in peer-reviewed journals. There are a lot of publications associated with our deer studies. I think maybe I'm interpreting through that, you know, I'm hearing this a little bit through some of the questions that there's some hesitancy to lower buck-to-doe ratios based on this data. And that's okay. You know, that's why we have this public process. And if folks want to propose different metrics or propose different buck-to-doe ratios, again, that's the prerogative of this RAC. And if we want to do a deep dive and get together and go through data, we can do that. And we don't have an agenda here other than we're trying to grow deer and do the best thing we can for deer populations and for hunters that want to enjoy hunting deer. So, and there's a lot of right ways to do that. And maybe some of it is managing at higher buck-to-doe ratios. Maybe some of it's managing at lower buck-to-doe ratios. It's something we wanted to do a more intensive study on. And it just is scary enough to folks that we couldn't get consensus on the committee to even choose a unit or two to try experimentally managing at a lower buck-to-doe ratio. So I understand the hesitancy there. We've seen that throughout this process.
Thanks, X. Any other questions from the public?
Yeah, my name is Garth Jensen. I just had a couple questions here. Most of my questions were answered, you know, previously by the RAC members. I commend you guys for good questions there. So one quick question I had about that: do you guys currently have a idea of what units could benefit from a lower buck-to-doe ratio? I see that you moved some, transitioned some from 18 to 20 to 15 to 17. Are those the ones you guys have targeted that could benefit from that?
Yeah, if you look at the units and kind of the breakdown, pretty much the units we're recommending managing for 15 to 17 are units where we think there could be a benefit from not just the production factor, but also, you know, disease resilience and opportunity. And most of the units that we're recommending keeping at that 18 to 20 ratio are units where we have large percentage of the units are private lands or tribal lands. Probably the only exception to that one would be the Pine Valley, where just because of how passionate folks feel about the Pine Valley, the committee and the division decided to leave the Pine Valley at the 18 to 20.
But it could have. You guys
it probably
still
met the criteria to be a 15 to 17 unit based on how we were applying it. But when we went through it, one of the things we did, we said we ought to have at least one unit in the 18 to 20 category per region.
Mm-hmm.
And in the southern region, the Zion unit, because of large amounts of private land, was one we left in that 18 to 20. And then the Pine Valley was left in that 18 to 20 because it's a high profile unit, gets a lot of attention. And it feels like that's what we feel like that's the voice you hear from the public when it comes to the Pine Valley, is keep this more of a quality unit.
Okay. And then and obviously this study's been debated, but if it's something that the division believes in, was there discussions, and how broad did that discussion get in the deer committee about having it be like even going outside the box and having 10 to 12 bucks per 100 does, and then let's have some all the way up to 23 to 25 and see and have a study, because this is the time, it sounds like we're doing some of these study or, unit management studies, and see how that goes. Was there discussions outlining that broad?
Yeah, we talked about that quite a bit. As far as managing some units for some higher buck-to-doe ratios to see what that would do, we've already done that. We have a lot of data of units managed at higher buck-to-doe ratios. Managing some units at lower buck-to-doe ratios was where more of the focus was. And again, we talked about, going as low as, 12 to 14 bucks per 100 does on a couple of units. But that was where, again, everyone thought it sounded like a good idea in theory, but nobody, the committee was broad enough, nobody wanted it on their unit.
Gotcha. And was it up for discussion, population objectives or carrying capacities within these units as part of the discussion and mule deer management plan that the committee discussed?
So in the statewide plan, we talk more generally. It's kind of like this bigger umbrella. And then underneath that, we have unit management plans that kind of fit underneath this big umbrella of the statewide plan. The unit population objectives are set in the unit plans with local committees. And they do that based on a more specific look at, what's the winter range look like on the Pavant unit? What are we looking at with elk populations? How are our conflicts on private lands or agriculture? So those types of decisions, as far as the population objective on general season units, is determined in the unit plans with a unit specific committee.
And so realistically, in some of these units, even if we were to grow more deer, we would be at or above the objective. And so, I mean, is that, I guess that's more of a comment, but that's what I'm wondering is, we talk about growing deer. You talked about, we're hunting bucks right now. Obviously we're talking about that, but I think I'm just trying to figure out how we change those objectives, or what the proper time is to change those objectives or discuss the objectives or carrying capacity so that we can grow more deer.
There's a question in there, and it's a good one. So we have a range trend crew that goes around. They rotate each of the 5 regions, one region annually. And typically after that range trend crew comes through and does an assessment of the habitat on the unit, we look at that information along with body condition of deer from when we have deer in hand. At that point in time, the regions typically will take a look at all their unit management plans and their population objectives in those plans and see if it still seems like it's the correct objective. If we're seeing healthy deer, we're not seeing range damage, and our population hits an objective, that would be an indicator we probably need to increase the objective. If we're seeing that we're hitting an objective and we have range damage, or we have deer that are in really poor condition, that would probably tell us, maybe we're exceeding carrying capacity on this unit. Maybe our population objective is too high. We don't tend to see that. And with the amount of habitat work we're doing in the state, I would anticipate a lot of times if we did start butting up against an objective and took a hard look at range conditions and body conditions of deer, we could make adjustments. The idea here is not let's grow a bunch of deer so we can kill them all. That's not necessarily the objective here. We want to do it in a sustainable, responsible way that's good for the habitat and good for the animals.
Is harvest a determining factor in that population objective of all, like harvest of bucks once it comes out? Like if X number of hunters hit the field and there's X number of deer harvested, is that a qualifier or some type of a factor that's factored in the population objective? Like if it's too low, then we probably don't have the deer on the landscape. Is that at all factored in when you make those?
So I don't know if I'm understanding the question exactly.
I'm just trying to understand if overall harvest of bucks on the landscape, like I know if you're seeing a lower harvest number, 20, 30%, versus 40, 50%, are you then factoring that in saying, well, we don't have enough deer on the landscape to issue this many permits, so we should probably bump that back? Or is that not even a factor at all?
So it is on some units. If you look in this plan, or where we talk about some of the units that have large percentage of the unit is private land, we say there in that portion of the plan that we recognize in some circumstances, we're not going to be able to manage to the buck-to-doe ratio on like the East Canyon unit or the Morgus South Ridge unit that are 90% private land. And most of those landowners want to manage at higher buck-to-doe ratios. So we recognize that. And at that point in time, we're going to take into consideration factors like hunter crowding or social tolerance of how many permits we issue. But the primary driver for buck permits is buck-to-doe ratio. As long as we have those ratios, and ratios, the nice thing about using a ratio is that it remains consistent whether you have 10,000 deer on a unit or 500 deer on a unit. If you're managing to a ratio, it can translate different scales. And our data indicates that the buck-to-doe ratios that we're managing to, we're seeing 95% pregnancy rates. We're seeing synchronized partition, meaning that they're giving birth to their fawns at the same time. You don't have two ruts, that type of thing. So we do see success rates vary. Typically, the largest variation in success rates is buck-to-doe ratio. Really high buck-to-doe ratios usually means much higher success rates, but there can be variation year to year based on weather conditions, or if you get a giant snowstorm 2 days before a deer hunt, that helps.
So it's not really a determining factor when setting those.
For buck permits, no.
Okay, one more question and then I'll wrap it up. Do you have any numbers on hunter satisfaction ratings from 15 to 17 versus 18 to 20? And if hunters are over, like if they are satisfied or if it's close to the same number?
Yeah, so this is interesting. We did, it's not a surprise, looked really closely at hunter satisfaction rates. Those are highly correlated with success rates. So successful hunters tend to be quite satisfied. Unsuccessful hunters tend to be not so satisfied. So the difference you see in satisfaction rates is pretty much about the same as the difference you see in success rates. So it's lower for 15 to 17 units versus 18 to 20 units. But it's slight, but it is.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I've got 3 questions that aren't about buck-to-doe ratios. So first, just a question on the 1,000 lakes unit. That's gone general to limited, back and forth. What are we changing? Why was the change made, and what do we feel like is going to be different this time?
Yeah, so 1,000 lakes unit, like you bring up, is one where we've tried it limited, we've tried it general, we've tried it hybrid, where it was general on private lands and limited on public lands. I think when we see that kind of thing, I think we have the scale wrong. It's probably not, the unit size is probably not big enough to actually capture what's happening there with deer. We looked at it, we talked about everything from, lumping it in with the fish lake would probably be, something we looked at and thought about. And with the appetite to try some new things, we figured it's a relatively small number of permits. It's a unit where we could potentially try some new things without necessarily giving up a whole lot. One of the most common public comment that we received as a committee during the committee process was add a restricted archery hunt. And that I think that the comment forum got sent around to a group of folks that were traditional archers, but that was the most commonly received comment that we received on the committee. And by managing this 1,000 lake units as a limited entry unit for a little bit higher buck-to-doe ratio and using all restricted weapons, biologically it might make more sense to lump it in with the fish lake, but from an opportunity standpoint or an ability to test some of these new restricted weapons type hunts and see what the public's reception is to those, that's probably why we chose that unit.
Okay. Yeah, and you answered a couple other questions on that in your answers. Thank you. Next question, shifting gears. There's been a lot of concern or thought that elk impact deer numbers. In the management plan, did I miss it? I don't see in there any discussion of elk impact to deer.
There is a little bit.
Is there?
But the data's not super conclusive there. And I think there's a lot of us that have a strong conviction of what we think is happening. I was a biologist in the Book Cliffs unit for a number of years, and I really felt like elk were impacting deer. We did a big study on that unit, and there was not a measurable effect of elk distribution, having a negative impact on deer. So I'm not saying that's not the case, but I'm saying that the data isn't super conclusive. There's places where it looks like maybe it is in some other states and some other studies. And then we've done some studies right here where I thought maybe we would have seen something and we didn't. So I don't know if we have a great answer there.
And there's really, my understanding, there hasn't been a good study done on that. We don't have data from even other states that really have done a good study looking specifically at that, do we? I mean, we have some kind of inconclusive ideas, but not a study specific targeted.
There's been some, and like
Has
I said,
there?
we did one in the book cliffs. There's some of that stuff with the Starkey.
Well, but in the
Oregon.
book clips, it was, we never pulled elk off to see what happened when you pull them off, right?
Yeah, as far as doing an experiment where
Yeah.
you reduce elk numbers, no, we haven't done that.
I mean, we've seen movement, but we've never looked at elk are here, elk are gone, right?
I think you're right.
Okay. I have a comment on that on the next agenda item, but my question I felt like fit on this agenda item, so I'll tie that back in. Final one I have, and I appreciate you talking about this, Brian, but part of the management plan is talking about CWD. And boy, that's a loaded thing. Everyone's scared to death of it. Some people think it's as real as COVID. Other people think it's going to kill all the deer. But it seems like a general feeling right now is you kill the big bucks and that slows the spread down. That's kind of the general consensus, and I see that coming into Utah, that idea. Have we looked at, Montana's had a rut hunt for a month forever. They don't have old deer, and they have some of the fastest spreading of CWD. Have we looked at that study before we jump ship and join Colorado?
So a lot of the studies that point that direction are looking at big scale, looking at lots of states and lots of data. And within that, there are some exceptions to the conclusions that are drawn from those studies. I wish I had really great answers, and but CWD, the risk there, the consequences there are so severe that I don't know that, although maybe you could manage for higher buck-to-doe ratios and more older age class bucks, but the risks there are pretty substantial. So there's some hesitancy. Although I have to admit, not every study in every area is completely conclusive.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'll give you $20 after the meeting in the parking lot for bringing up the idea of killing all the elk to take some of the heat off the division recommendations during the research proposal. So thanks.
Another question?
I've got one question, and it's been a lot based on the yearling buck and mortality rates. Apparently, there's been some studies going on. Last RAC meeting, you had talked about utilizing these yearling bucks that are dying by harvesting. Has there been any numbers go into establishing, this is the amount that we should harvest, this percentage is dying? Are those numbers, are they going into anything to establish these numbers at all?
They're not right now. So, and Kent mentioned we started putting more callers out on yearling bucks this last year. We're trying to increase the sample size to get a little bit better idea, wrap our heads a little better around that and what's happening. But at this point, we don't have any strategies specifically directed at harvesting more yearling bucks.
Gotcha. And to kind of piggyback off that, if there's a finite number that you guys have, how are you going to know that you're going to harvest the deer that were already going to die instead of adding that percentage to what's already going to die?
Yeah. When you look at additive versus compensatory mortality, harvesting an animal that would have died anyways versus harvesting an animal that would have survived, I don't know that there's a specific way to know that as some folks are going out and hunting. So it's just one of those things that comes out in the wash. If you harvest an additional 100 yearling bucks and 30% of those were going to die anyways, then 30% of that harvest is most likely compensatory harvest.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's not possible to predict exactly which ones are going to live, which ones are going to die. It's kind of a come out in the wash across the board type thing.
That was the only thing I was just worried about, was we're going to be adding harvest to deer that are already dying and just adding to that. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're a little tight on time. Got to keep her going. You got a question, Russell?
Question on CWD. How's it spread? And specifically, do predators, hawks, eagles, whatever, eating on a carcass help spread the disease?
So
do we know?
CWD spread through direct contact. That's why bucks are more likely to have and spread the disease during the rut. They're going around, they're checking does, they're touching noses to tails, all that stuff that happens during the rut. There's some evidence that does are transmitting the disease to their fawns as they give birth. As far as whether or not predators are spreading CWD or the prions responsible for that disease across the landscape, I don't know if there's really conclusive information there. There's some evidence that says, predators are more likely to kill CWD positive animals, which is logical and would make sense when you look at the when an animal gets to those terminal stages of the disease and are not as mobile or aware, they're probably more likely to be killed by predators. But I don't know if there's specific information that would suggest predators are necessarily spreading the disease.
Thank you, Dex. So my order here shows that we summarize public comment now, received online, and then we're going to go to comments from the public. If you haven't filled out a green comment card, fill one out now. Ask one of the guys in the back, and we'll get it up here. And we'll go to that. So public comment received online. Kevin, you want to give us a summary of that agenda?
Yeah, and I'll go from kind of a broad look down to some of the more specific comments that we received on this agenda item. Broadly, there was pretty evenly split. 53% of the people that commented expressed some level of agreement versus 42% that expressed some level of disagreement. The weighted average was right about 3, which is neutral. Digging down into some of the more specific comments that we received on buck to doe ratios, it was about a 3-to-1 in terms of people that were disagreed with that proposal versus those that agreed. The other things that came up repeatedly, splitting the beaver unit, which was part of this proposal, was almost evenly split. About half the people agreed with it, about half the people disagreed in the online comments. Thousand Lakes, there was a couple of comments on that in each direction. The idea of giving the division opportunity to change things up to 30% without public comment. There was only 2 comments relative to that. So anyway, there was 55 total comments on this agenda item. There was 194 pages of comments total, when my printers told me how many pages, it came out to 194 for the whole meeting.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to public comment for those here in the room. Come up to the microphone, state your name. If you're representing yourself, we'll put a 3-minute cap on you. And with our shortness of time, we ask that you keep to that. If you're representing an organization, we'll give you 5 minutes. We ready for these? Okay, first we'll have Kevin Norman. He'll be followed by Russell Todd.
Kevin Norman representing SFW. As you know, we get our fulfillment committee together, which is compiled of our chapter chairs from across the state to form our official position. Although we know this plan isn't perfect, we support the plan as presented, and that's our stance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Russell Todd.
Just a quick comment that I'd like to add to this is I think there needs to be some discussion on when that habitat is being studied and also on doe hunts. I in support of the plan, but I think there's some other discussion that should happen with that.
Thank you, Russell. We'll have Craig Lobb. He'll be followed by Troy Justinson.
Appreciate you guys and your work. I might be in the wrong one. It deals with buck doe ratio, but on the Pine Valley, because if we go to 4 point better there, buck doe ratio is going to go out of sight, and so I'm against that. So I probably should have been the next agenda, but.
Would you like us to call you back up for the next one?
No, I'll just make that comment now. So.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Troy. Followed by William Tomlinson. Troy.
Troy Justinson, speaking to you tonight as a member of the Mule Deer Committee.
At least when we sat through 40 hours of discussion in 10 different meetings, they fed us. Obviously, they didn't feed you guys. So now I think the biggest thing that I want to emphasize today is this is a recommendation. There is nothing set in stone. Based upon all the information we got, the debate, listening to experts on this, this is what we came up with. Now it goes before you and the public to add anything that we missed or correct something that we got wrong. And I'm just glad it's you guys now that get to figure out what you recommend going forward. To speak a little bit to what Brian was talking about, surveys, I hate surveys. I absolutely hate them. And here's why. It's very, very difficult to not have a bias in the survey. You can take that same 100 people, give them a survey, and then have them sit through 40 hours of indoctrination. They're going to answer that differently. And that's why, that's why I'm not a big fan of the survey. I put a lot of trust in the people that are in that room as they debate things back and forth, and they listen to the experts and then use their best judgment to come forward. So as a member of the Mule Deer Committee, I support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. William, he'll be followed by Thomas Chase Vernon.
So on my observation of the Pine Valley unit, we hunted all 10 days. We saw 1 4-point. We did take some nice deer. The deer that we see in that southwest unit they're more large 2x3s, 3 points. We don't see a lot of 4 points. So I would not recommend 4-point only. My opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thomas, he'll be followed by Garth Jensen. What did I say? Garth Jensen, sorry.
I think we just need to focus on opportunity for all generations of hunting and making the maximum opportunity for people to have successful hunts. Not making decisions based on not only maturity of deer, but the opportunity to keep it rolling and keep people out there doing their thing.
Thank you, Thomas. Garth Jensen will be followed by Jeremy Anderson.
So I got a couple things. The one thing about these mule deer committees that I struggle with is, or committees in general, is I've only been to a handful of them, and most of the time that was just in an observation standpoint. But realistically, I would like to see the division probably step back from forming those committees and conducting the committees. What I see in those committees is there is definitely a direction that they are leading the committee to go, and there's certain topics that are available and certain that are not. And some of them I would like to see available. I would like to see a committee like this just have the handcuffs taken off and discuss it all. Like let them go through it. I really do think that there should have been more, or in my opinion, I would like to see that deer draw consolidated into one. I think it would simplify the process. I think you would fix a lot of things, like Bryant was suggesting in the lifetime license holders. Then you could allow the flexibility. I still am trying to figure out why we have a premium limited entry and limited entry at different price tiers when the only thing that is different in that is the buck-to-doe ratio. I think we can figure out that what unit is managed for what buck-to-doe ratio without having a title opposed to it. And the other thing is I'm very opposed to the 30% increase in permits, having not gone through the public process. I would like to see these go through the public process on permit changes. I don't think that's a step in the right direction to take that away. I know it would speed up the process, but in my opinion, I just don't think it's the right way to do it. And also on these test units, or at least the buck-to-doe ratios, I would like them spread out a little bit more throughout the state and maybe a few more of them. If we're indeed going to go this direction, I mean, I guess this is more along the lines of like the test units being spread out more. So that'll probably be next section. But honestly, it just, to me, I would rather seen a low buck to doe ratio all the way to a high buck to doe ratio instead of just modifying a few 18 to 20s to 15 to 17. I think that would give us better data going forward. I think the rest of them, let's probably save for the last. Thank you.
Thanks, Garth. Jeremy? Will be followed by Josh Pollock.
Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. I also sat on the committee. I want to thank the RAC for having us down here. One thing just to note real quick, I mentioned last in the Central RAC, you got 20 members plus, I think. Lots of different opinions. And I think it was a great diversity, because I don't want to make a decision on something that happens down in the South, and we had plenty of Southern people. I think there was some good diversity. There's no way all of us are agreeing, just like tonight when you guys vote. I'm sure not all of you are going to agree exactly on one thing. It's a good plan. It's not perfect. We've mentioned that. But we did decide as we vote, we're going to stay with that as a committee. And with that, one big deal to me that I read, contrary to what you're saying there with a lot of the survey data and a lot of the surveys I did through our own members, was opportunity was a big deal. Opportunity. That was a bigger deal to me with the lower buck to doe ratio, rather than maybe perhaps growing bigger deer or better deer herds. Hopefully that's a great side effect as well. But opportunity was huge. And as Mule Deer Foundation, we fully stand behind this. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeremy. Josh, he'll be followed by Paul Marshall.
I'm Josh Pollock. I represent all the silent majority of Utah. I feel like they have to have a voice in this meeting, No, I'm just representing myself. I want to, 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does is not high. We talk and we think that's high. How that was set was back in 2016. It wasn't just at a RAC meeting. It wasn't one single person. It wasn't somebody just saying, hey, this sounds great. We actually went and had open houses throughout the state where anybody could come. And they were done in small communities or in Cedar City. There were several of them, and everybody came and they filled out comment cards. They came and talked to a biologist or whatever. And that was kind of like the happy medium that people felt like I can get some opportunity as well as I can still go out and have a good deer hunt. And so that's kind of where that was set at, the 18 to 20. It wasn't just a number that was pulled out of the sky. It was something that the public wanted that and felt like that was good. I worry that if we go down from that, anytime you go down in buck to doe ratios, you're going to decrease your success, decrease the number of bucks you have on landscape, as well as the number of mature bucks. We've seen from the survey as well as public comment, a lot of people, they're willing to wait a year or two. Maybe they don't want to wait 10 years, whatever, but they're willing to wait a year or two and then to have bucks there to hunt, as well as maybe see a few more mature bucks. It's a better quality experience. And so I would just like to encourage that we stay at that. As far as the limited entry, the premium limited entry, 50 bucks per 100 does, that's high. 40 bucks per 100 does, that's high. When we talk about high buck to doe ratios, that's high. And that's where you do start to see fawn productivity dive off. There's some years on general season units where you'll see 90% survival of fawns. Most of the time, like with the Ponsagant, it's a stable unit, but it's a premium limited entry unit. And isn't that what we want? We're not really there managing fawns. We want that population to stay stable. We want them to continue to grow, but we're there to hunt bucks. There's only 2 of those in the state. Let's keep those premium. It brings in a lot of money for research projects. A lot of the collaring, that kind of stuff comes from that. So, the amount of limited entry opportunities we have in the state is probably higher now than it ever has been. When you think about the hams hunts, the muzzleloader hunts, the late hunts, the CWMU hunts, I've got 9 deer points in the state. I looked it up today. I could go and hunt 9 different units in this state if I wanted to. I don't have to wait for the Henrys. I don't have to wait for the Ponsagant. I could go hunt those now if I wanted. There's plenty of opportunity for me to use my limited entry points right now. So let's keep those higher units at that. I don't know, I guess. And obviously I want to go out and have a good deer hunt. I want to take my kids and I want to keep that opportunity growing. And I feel like if we go back to lower buck to doe ratios, we're going a step in the wrong direction that way. Because we're going to be then having more people coming here being upset for the next 6 years, because just giving out more tax isn't the answer there. And then as far as the 30% thing, I appreciate all that the biologists do and the recommendations and all that, but that starts to make me nervous if the process is a public process where you get up and have to defend those recommendations. And if we start going down the road of just being able to do what we want here incrementally every year, 29% increase of permits or decrease or whatever could take effect. And I just worry about that. So I appreciate the science and all that goes on with all that and what they do. But I think sometimes, especially as a biologist, sometimes you can have an idea of something that's going on and you find something that maybe is starting to happen in that area. Say, oh, hey, maybe the fawns are dying because we have too many bucks. And you kind of run with that. That may not be the case all the time. Let's look at that. Let's make sure those studies are done correctly before we start jumping and drawing at straws, trying to figure out what we can do with those. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Josh. Paul Marshall, and that's the last public comment I have on this item.
So I submitted 2 cards. I think one of them was actually for the next agenda item about the Beaver West East unit. Right. So I didn't necessarily want to speak, but if you're going to give me a chance, I'm going to. So you're right. I should have done that. But anyway, here I am, right? So I want to speak on number 6 too, on the next one about the Beaver East, Beaver West. But
the Beaver East and West split would be in this one.
okay. So
Restricted
then,
weapons would be in the next one.
okay, Beaver East, Beaver West split. Okay, I'm going to stand. I am the vice chair of the Beaver chapter SFW, and we are in favor of Beaver East, Beaver West split. And so we are on the same page with our state chapter. We're going to be a little different on that, on the weapon restriction, but on the buck to doe ratio and all of that, just to have some comments. I feel like our deer herd is on the upswing. We've had a couple of good winters. We've got a lot of new habitat. I see does with fawns at a higher rate than I've ever seen. Well, not ever, but that I've seen for the last several years. I would recommend we stay pat and let our deer grow and let our deer decide when we actually increase tag numbers, and let's not change our objective to increase tag numbers. I think that's a mistake. I would like to see a higher quality and opportunity. And I think if we let our deer grow, we're going to get that. Now, obviously weather is the main factor on that, and we can't control the weather. But we have had some favorable conditions over the last couple of years. Our predators are down. We've opened up mountain lion hunting, and we've killed a lot more lions than we have in the past. Kill a lot more coyotes. I think we just need to let things stay pat and let our deer herd grow. And I think that's all I have to say about that. So thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Oh, we got a late arrival here. Make sure he marked yes.
Mark, yes. I
All
was
right,
trying to
go-
figure out whether this was agenda 5 or 6. So
Still on
Braden
5.
Richmond, speaking for myself. So I brought up in the questions the concern with the elk study. To my understanding, there's been a lot of elk and deer impact studies on movement. They've looked at whether deer decline, but I don't believe there's ever been a study where they've looked at pulling elk off of a unit and watching the impact to deer. Now, we're a little late to the table on this one, but better late than never. On the Beaver West unit, a few years ago, we changed that from a limited entry, drew the line at I-15, and made it a general elk unit with the intention of really trying to get those elk off of that mineral mountain range. I think if we're going to study the deer on there under this new proposal, and we're already doing a study on the unit, I would just ask, can we please try to capture that elk study? It's never been done to my knowledge. I think this is an opportunity to attempt to go back in time a couple years, look at the numbers, and see what impact pulling elk off of a unit may have with deer. Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. We'll take one more comment on this agenda item. We're going to move to discussion, and we're going to make a decision.
This will be super quick. I did not know about the survey, the public survey about the buck-to-doe ratios. I think that was awesome for him to bring that up. I completely agree. I don't think we should go against the public when it comes to what they want, and the buck-to-doe ratio is increasing. I think that we should keep those the same. I also agree with Garth. I don't think that, or I do think that we should merge all the deer draws into one. And I think that'll help a lot of different things. And I'm very opposed to the 30% increase without public say.
Thank you. All right, public comment is closed. We're going to open it to RAC discussion. We do need to make some decisions quickly, so I don't want to rush it, but let's get through it. Tammy.
Knew if I stayed quiet for a while, everybody would ask all the questions. So you're welcome on that account too, since I'm usually pretty vocal. I do want to say everybody that I've talked to, Beaver County likes the split on the east and west of the Beaver unit. Very hesitant on the weapon choice on that. I think that they were hoping at some point in time with the Milford Flat Fire that was going to be our next premium unit there. For one, everybody that has ever heard me, I'm a farmer and a cattle rancher, and we run cattle over on part of that. We have had some amazing, absolutely amazing rehabs in there since the fires of 2001. I think most everybody's been up there at some point in time with the DWR. The biggest issue is we're not even touching the feed in there as far as grazing. And somebody that I think a lot of says is the best wildlife habitat is overgrazed grassland. Remember anybody saying anything like that? Anyway, the deer are coming back. I think our biggest issues is we've had some very, very good winters, a lot of good moisture, and we're finally getting rid of them damn lions and coyotes. So that's what I'm seeing on the ground every day, running cattle there. I do think that there's a big issue, a lot of pressure with elk, and I love your comment. I'd love to get rid of the elk on that unit. The kids of, everybody puts in for the open bowl, the youth hunt, everything. We can't get rid of elk. I don't know how you do it, because they're coming in from across the freeway and they're coming from the west, and there's a lot of elk on that unit.
Can I just say, you make me really nervous when you look at me like these are my decisions as you're talking about it.
More RAC discussion. Who'd like to go? Mike?
I've got just a few comments and we can move with the agenda, but for some of the comments and where I read at it and look at it with our 30%, I agree with the sportsmen in the room, a lot of the comments, and if people have dissected this study, this is a public process and we need to follow suit with that. And when we set permit recommendations and those things, that's what this was set up for. A couple of the other items, looking at like our buck to doe ratio and a few of the questions that are asked and some of the studies that we're already in, whether we want to be in them or not, whether it's a sportsman's issue, whether it's a houndsman's or a lion guy, however it goes about, where we're at with predators and the movement with predators, what we have right now, we haven't even gave them a chance to see what it's going to do to our fawns, to our does, to our herds. So some of my recommendation in the comment is, let's leave it, if we leave our buck to doe ratio where it's at 18 to 20 bucks, our herd's going to allow us, if we're going down the right path, to increase our hunters afield over the next 3 years. If it's a flop, we found out in the beginning of the study, not at the end of the study, because there's something that's going to have to change, or things will change in this 3-year period. For a lot of these studies, we're going to move in one direction or the other. So I don't agree to just up the or lower the buck to doe ratio to get more hunters in the field. I am 100% for opportunity, but in a research study, we don't want to manipulate things. And further in some discussion later on, it has to be true data and hard rock data, and we can't manipulate it the way we want it to be by let's lower the numbers, up the hunters. Now we can't pinpoint that we had a predator problem or we have an elk problem that are pushing our herds out. Our deer herds are affecting our deer herds. So we have to my feeling is start at ground zero. With that, leave it status quo. It's worked. And from what I've seen, where we're at, yes, we've slowly kind of declined, but we've been through drought. We've been through things that we can't necessarily, we don't have control over those. We can't make it rain. We can't grow feed if we don't have water and those types of things. So me, in my discussion or my comment for the RAC is, I believe that we should go in that route, but leave the buck to doe ratio where it's at for the first 3 years of the study, and then go along with or see where the rest of the management plan goes that we're going to talk about the rest of the night.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, I'll give my speech. I appreciate everyone that was on the committee. I know what goes into committees. I've been on a few, and I don't want to discredit anything they've done. I think I was probably too hopeful for pulling the rug out and doing some start over. I've been listening to mule deer debates and fights since I've lived in Utah. It's been a long time, and I feel like maybe personally, I was to the point I wanted to see a wave. I want to see a red wave take over and say, we're done with it. We're starting over. And I don't feel like we got that at all in this mule deer plan. I know sometimes when you get a lot of people together, probably too many people, it's hard to not end up right where you just were. But I look at all the opportunities that I feel like we missed, getting tags in the hands of youth every year, missed, season date changes, missed, enough weapon changes, shortening seasons, moving seasons, all misses that should have been. I know they were considered lightly, and I'm not sure who is to blame, whether it's committee members or the DWR that just says, no, you can't do that. No, we can't do that. You didn't think about these repercussions. No, I don't know what it was, but personally, I feel like we missed by not addressing the extended archery issue, the lifetime license issues, this chasm between general season and limited entry, and we're too scared to move a unit up to limited entry or down to general season because we've created this huge divisiveness. I think we're hanging on to too much of our legacy of trying to keep the word general, even though we all know it's not general. You can't hunt it every year. You can't go to Maverick and get a permit. So I feel like we didn't have enough tiers in the buck to doe, and all the things I'm bringing up, we could not possibly debate and fix tonight. And so personally, I'm a little let down. I'm trying not to show too much of that my way to hunt is right. I don't believe that. I want opportunity, but I want a chance at some bigger bucks. And I feel like we missed a lot of those marks to provide that in Utah. So I'm hopeful that this works, but I'm also realist saying this probably isn't going to change anything, that the weather's not going to change for us anyway. So those are my comments. Brian.
I guess I'll go now. Just listening to everything tonight, one thing I heard over and over, and I heard Doc say it about the committee. I hear it all the time in southern Utah, and I almost want to say we got a broken system, but I hear not in our backyard. No one wants to listen to people about their backyard. Southern Utah knows we don't got the bucks and those we used to have. Northern regions come and tell us, Wildlife Board, because they're taken over by so many people up there. Increase, do this, do that. They don't know what goes on in our backyard. Same as Washington don't know what goes on in Utah. So I don't want to see the legislature have to take this over and give more power to the local counties, but something's going to have to change to get people to listen to southern Utah about what's in our backyard. We don't want to go kill off the deer, but we do want to see it managed. We do have a chance right now for deer to come back, and they're doing well. And now we're going to change this, and we're going to say, oh, it's because 60% or 50% of the 2 points die. Well, the information I'm getting back from the studies that's going on is that's not completely true yet. And this, I expect this to leave here tonight, go up, the Wildlife Board will pass it as the DWR one. Troy said something. He said, I don't like surveys. I don't like surveys either, Troy. You said the problem with them is they can be indoctrinated, the people that listen to them. That's true, but everyone that listens to something can be indoctrinated. So it's kind of the same. And what I seen on that Mule Deer committee was chaos. I'd heard it was chaos before I went up there. I got asked to go in place of someone that couldn't be there. And it was nothing but chaos the night I was there. It wasn't organized. The narrative was controlled by those who wanted to drop the buck to doe ratio and increase tags. I'm for opportunity, but not if we have to drop our buck to doe ratio so far that we can't even have a few mature deer to go around and keep our does bred in the fall. I don't want to see 2 points out there doing that. I want to see some good deer. If I don't want to tell people they can't kill a 2 point, they get a tag, that's up to them. But we need to have a medium there, and somehow we're pushing opportunity. So we're all wanting just to take instead of give anything. And there was other ways that we could have gave opportunity back. Taking a dedicated hunter tag anymore, that is taking. That's not giving opportunity back. That takes 3 years of that tag out of the draw system. No one wants to look at that. Spreading out lifetime license holders and make sure they have a tag because they deserve it, but not letting them take it all in one unit. Apparently we don't want to look at that, but somehow the southern region needs to be heard, because this is where the majority of the mule deer are, and this is where the people up north want to come hunt. Maybe they just want to get out of the concrete. I don't know. I wouldn't blame them to. But listen to us when we tell you we don't have the same thing we used to have. And we'll just go from there.
Thanks, Brian. Any other comments? Would we like to break this up by any themes and make some smaller motions to move along? We can do that. Riley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't like a lot of this. I think that most of the things that we've been discussing tonight deserve their own agenda item, truly. Most of these we could debate at length with buck to doe ratio, the 30%, all of that may deserve its own agenda item. And unfortunately, we don't get to do that. We don't get to break it down quite that way, and nor do we have the time. So I would sum up just by saying I'm not super excited about it. I think that the committee and the division, they threw a really good effort at it. But there's so much there. I don't know that it can be summed up in just one part. And that's unfortunate. To try to make everybody happy is when you fail. That's not the secret of success. That being said, with the folks in the area that I represent, there's a lot of test units. There's a lot of changes that are being proposed. I would say that we leave the buck to doe ratio as it is. I think with all of the test units, and we'll get into that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next agenda items, but it's really going to be hard to tell and how to monitor what's working and what's not working when we're throwing so much at one particular unit, whether that be the Boulder or the Pine Valley or whatever it is. It's going to be really hard to differentiate what it is that may or may not be working. And so I would like to see the buck to doe ratio left as it is right now. I also don't like the 30%. I like the public input. I like the process that we have. I've been an advocate of the process and the RAC input, the public input. So I would encourage the rest of the RAC to leave the buck to doe ratio as is until we can get some years behind us and kind of see where we're at with some of the other studies and some of these test things going on. Thanks.
Thanks, Riley. And to be clear on that, the research that he's recommending, the statewide mule deer plan keeps Pine Valley, for example, at 18 to 20, which is what it has been. We'll talk more about that 4-point restriction in the next one, but this isn't the study now. But it lowers other units in our region. That's correct. Comments or motion?
I'll take a stab at a
Can I have a-
motion. Oh,
I had a comment still. So I want to thank the committee that came up with this. I mean, it's tough. They're not going to satisfy everybody. I mean, it's really hard to. And so they come up with the best ideas they can. And based on the discussions, and I'll bet you anything, those meetings are probably more contentious than what we had here. And, you know, they had to, you have to come up with a plan and you have to propose something because you've got a timeline, you got to get it out there. You got to manage something, you got to make decisions. It probably wasn't perfect, you know, but you know, what do they say? Perfect is the enemy of the good enough, right? So we need something good out there that we can do. I would say that I'm not comfortable with the reducing the buck to doe ratios. You know, for some reason, I'm a non-consumptive rep and nobody likes to talk to me because they think I'm just going to try to stop them from hunting. And that's absolutely not the case. But I will say that, you know, out of the blue, one of my coworkers came up to me and I work at Best Friends Animal Sanctuary. It's in the Paunsaugunt, and we got a lot of deer typically. And she said to me, "Hey, how come there's no bucks around?" She said, I've only seen 2-point bucks this year. And we typically see 4 or 5-point bucks running around the sanctuary. And she hasn't seen any. So that influences me. So my areas I take my dogs, go running, go hiking is in the Paunsaugunt. And I haven't seen nearly as much this year. And I'm out there all the time. So that's my concern with reducing buck to doe ratios.
Thanks, Mark. Mike, you want to try something?
I'll take a stab at a motion here with all the conversation. So make a motion for the recommendations except lowering the buck to doe ratio on the general season units. The general season deer units. I think those are the only ones actually that have. So
like as presented,
except lowering the buck to doe ratio. There.
Say
Okay.
Say that again.
With the exception.
To accept the entire plan with the exception of changing the buck to doe ratios?
Yes.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
That's way different than what I.
Way different. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to accept? Motion by Mike is
My
to
brain's
accept.
slightly mush right
You're good.
now.
Accept the statewide deer plan as proposed, except for the modification of buck to doe ratios for all general season units.
Or this, yeah. Or the southern region units. Those are specifically what we're talking about. The southern region.
So your motion is to accept the plan as presented, with the exception of the changes to the buck to doe ratios in the southern region.
Yes, and also the 30% allocation, the plus or minus.
Not allowing that to be an auto calculation,
Yes,
but it would have to go through the public process.
yes.
And then do you intend to address the buck to doe ratios in the southern region separately, in a separate motion? Or keep them as
Just to
is?
keep it as is. Just general season. I don't believe that any of those changed in the mule deer plan. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They did lower.
They went
Yep.
from 40 to 55 to 40 to 45. So they narrowed the range.
Okay. I missed that totally.
So
You're okay with
just
this?
for general season?
Yes.
In the southern region only. Is that correct?
We can modify it Take a step.
Well, we don't have a second yet,
No,
so we
no,
may
there's
just burn it.
It's super confusing how it came out.
Austin? How does the Pine Valley 4-point restriction, we haven't discussed that much.
Next
Is it
agenda
not
item.
on this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think holistically of the Pine Valley managing Buck to Doe as is, to his motion.
Here's the motion. Let you tell me if I got it right. To accept the plan as presented for general season units, with the exception of the changes to the buck to doe ratios in the southern region and not allowing a 30% change without going through the public process. Okay, before we go on, Denise, are you good with the motion? Oh, I don't see you online. Oh, give me a thumbs up if you feel like you've got it. Okay, I think we're good. Let's.
Okay, questions on the motion, Bart?
30%. I mean, no matter what they do. Right?
Hit your mic for us, Bart.
Sorry. So basically they say up to 30% plus or minus 30%, they can make those changes. But don't they come to us anyways with permit number recommendations and
They would no longer do that.
Okay.
That was the recommendation. Brian, did you have a question on this?
I was just clarifying in my mind.
I don't know. Was that for me?
Yeah, did you have a question? You had your hand up.
I have an issue with us taking all the yearling bucks and saying you're gonna die, and I don't know if we can add that into there, and we need to increase tags because there's this many yearling bucks on the landscape, and I don't know how we'd word this, but I don't think all the yearling bucks should be included in deciding how many tags we're gonna put on that. They really haven't reached where they can protect themselves as a yearling. That's why some of them get killed. But
From what I know, Brian, of the survey data, even though we're asking everybody, it'd be impossible to tell if someone took a yearling buck. You got antler spread and amount of points.
I'm just saying they take that into account when they
Just
recommend
average.
tag numbers, the yearling bucks that they expect to be on the landscape. And maybe they should only take half of them into what they think is going to be there come fall.
I think if we could do something there in permit numbers in the spring, look at their model a little bit deeper and make recommendation, but we're not done with that yet. Is that fair?
Thank you.
My only recommendation or idea is we've talked a lot in the track over the last few years about adding another tier of general season buck to doe ratios, a higher tier. So we don't have this fight every single year, like a 21 to 25 or somewhere in there, so that we could pick a unit and other regions could pick a unit if they wanted to manage for better without having to make the bump all the way up to limited entry. So something to consider that we haven't talked about tonight, but we have a motion on the table. Could be an additional motion after this one too. You could make an amendment or we could vote on this one.
Okay, I'd make a motion to amend and amendment B to also not recommend any reduction in buck to doe ratios on any of the units, general season, limited entry, and premium limited entry.
So Bart's motion would be status quo on all
For buck to doe
buck to doe
ratios. status
ratios.
quo.
This one is specific to general season.
I- Well, that's why it was, because he said approve the whole plan except for this.
It's specific to accept the plan as presented for general.
Oh,
season
just
units.
for
Just
general
for
season.
general
Okay,
season units.
got
So
it.
we- So if you want to do
All
it
right, yep.
with
No,
limited
I'm good.
entry, we can do that. We can still do that. So.
Okay, we ready to vote on this motion? Okay, everyone's clear on the motion except as presented with exception of changes to Bucktown in the southern region and the 30% change not allowing that to happen without the public process. All those in favor of the motion here in the room signify. That is unanimous here in the room. I've got a hands up from Verlin, Chad, and Riley. Got him. That is unanimous, 11-0. That motion carries. Any additional motions need to be made on this plan?
I'll make a motion to approve the limited entry and premium limited entry as presented with the exception that they don't change buck-to-doe ratios and to, well, basically to take out the buck-to-doe ratio modifications and the percentage, plus or minus, what's the right way to word it?
We already took that out. In the
But
last
you said
motion.
that was just for general. I'm talking about, because I,
Okay. The motion by Bart to approve the limited entry and premium limited entry portion of the plan with the exception of reducing the reductions on buck-to-doe ratios.
and the
He's talking about the
buck-to-doe ratios, right now it's 40 to 45 and they're changing to 35 to 40. I don't want to,
The recommendation is to go from 40 to 45. You're right,
keep it as
you would
is.
keep it 40
Yeah.
to 55. And there was also a narrowing of the regular limited entry unit. Your proposal would be to say, leave those ranges wide.
Correct.
Okay, that's captured in what we've already got
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Do we have a second on that motion to leave limited entry and premium limited entry buck-to-doe ratios the same? Chuck, with the second? Any discussion needed on that motion? Russell?
So we're at leaving it exactly as it has been.
Yes.
Right now.
The 40 to 55, yeah, as is.
I think we're leaving hunting opportunity there that is really unnecessary. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
I would almost agree with that also. That's why I left that out, just for the fact that, as we talked earlier, there's these older mature bucks that are passing on, that are dying, mortality, that some of the conversation. So I would say leave it at the higher buck. Well, I guess I'm going the wrong direction, right? We need, as presented, we're lowering it. We'll allow more opportunity. Yes, leave it. I feel like we should leave it as the way the plan calls to help take some of those older bucks off the landscape on those primitive limited entry units.
Okay, we ready, Brian?
Riley has it.
Go ahead, Brian, then we'll go to Riley.
I have no problem with the recommendation on the buck-to-doe ratios on the limited and premium limited, but I would say that if they want changes, they shouldn't be able to change it without bringing that 30% to the RACs.
Riley?
Just help me understand, did we not already just pass this? I mean, are we able to go back? Didn't we already pass the entirety of the plan in the last motion?
No, the last motion was specific to general season units. We're now dealing with premium limited entry and limited entry units.
But I thought the motion was just this is just clarification that we accepted it in its entirety with the exception of the general. Is that not correct?
The last motion was to accept the plan as presented for general season units. So it was just for the general season units part of the overall plan.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess the reason I seconded that is because I'm looking down and we currently have 5 units that are already, that are not limited entry units, that are general season units that are in that category of 25 to 30, and one that's above that currently. And so I feel like we don't have a limited entry if we go down to 25 and 30. I think it's becoming a general season hunt. So that's why I said we need to keep it back where it was to really make the difference. We don't have separation. Currently, the Boulder Mountain's above that. So we should make it a limited entry unit based on those. I mean, that's why I seconded it.
Any other discussion? Let's vote on this motion. All those in favor of Bart's motion to leave the limited entry and premium limited entry buck-to-doe ratios as they are currently with wide ranges. All those in favor here? Remotely. Motion fails 8-3. So we're left with general season being approved. We need another motion to approve the rest as is, unless there's something else. Tammy?
Eliminating the 30% tag increase decrease, was that statewide? I want to clarify if that was individual.
That's currently limited to general season. So if you want to make that across the board, then make it part of the next motion as.
Okay, Bryant, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to accept the premium limited entry and limited entry units as they proposed, with the exception of bringing 30% to the public when they ask for it, up or down.
Do we have a second on that motion? Second by Russell. Accept the remainder of the plan as proposed, except for all permit recommendations need to come through the public process regardless of the change. Okay. Ready to vote? All those in favor of this motion here in the room, signify. That was 1, 2, 3.
Your hand up. Is the finger mean a hand, Russell? Okay.
Yeah. We got 6, Verland, Riley, 7, 8. All those opposed? I didn't get a vote from Chad. Chad, what was your vote on this motion?
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm opposed to it.
8-3. Motion carries. That should end this agenda item. Is that fair? Thank you. Long agenda item. 6-minute break. We're going to start at 6 minutes. So if you need to go pee, please, restrooms are out here. Thank you. Perfect. Welcome back. This is the Southern Region RAC meeting. We're starting again. We're on agenda item number 6. This is the mule deer hunt structure and research proposal and changes for R657-5. Our presenter is Kent Hersey, the Big Game Projects Coordinator. Welcome, Kent.
Thank you.
Do you have any clarification, anything high level that is super relevant for us on this?
Just two quick things. I'll try and keep it short. One, we had some confusion as to why we're presenting this and what's different from last fall. Last fall, we took around something that was similar. We took that to the board, and what the direction was to basically, since we were doing the deer plan, they wanted us to run this past the deer committee and see what they had to say. And so what you're seeing here is what came out of that deer committee. The other thing I want to clarify is there was some questions on if we did the antler point restriction on Pine Valley, a youth that was being mentored, what would that look like? And so if they were mentored, they would have to follow the restriction of the antler point restriction and follow the tag, whatever the tag holder has and whatever's in place for that. So we're proposing that youth with a youth tag could hunt any animal and kill any animal. If they were being mentored by an adult, they would have to follow that 4-point restriction.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have questions from the RAC members? Doug.
Somebody's got to start, I guess. Maybe you just wore us down. So I have three questions basically. How were the units chosen? Was there some criteria or to choose the units for the study? That's question number one. Question number two is how are you going to measure illegal kill on both those, the limited rifle, limited weapons hunt and the 4-pointer unit? I guess that's only two. Yeah, only 2 questions. Lucky.
Yeah, so in terms of how the units were chosen, for antler point restrictions in particular, that was when the committee when it was discussed by the committee, there was really only one unit that was being proposed for it and had interest in doing that, and that was the Pine Valley. And so that's where that came from. In terms of the Boulder or other units, I mean, the committee threw out different units and they discussed the pros and cons of doing them there. The Boulder in particular, I think Troy will comment to it, but that was one that he wanted to see done because it's his backyard, but he also hopes that it will provide increased opportunity for hunt more frequently. But there was also other interest that we've had in doing that in the past as well. The cache unit was chosen by the committee, just wanted to see a unit outside the southern region and a productive unit at that. And then for the limited entry for Thousand Lakes, as Dax mentioned, we had a lot of comments regarding wanting to see all 3 weapon restrictions there. And given that has been in kind of a mix of management over the years, we thought maybe this was a good time to try and use that as a relatively smaller unit, but an opportunity to provide that traditional archery hunt that there is an interest for, but we don't know exactly the level yet. So we didn't want to take a giant unit and go that route yet, but see what the interest level would be on a small one. Then lastly, for the Beaver West, just another small unit that we're creating a new one that we thought it would be a good opportunity to see how it responded to the traditional weapons. And then illegal kill, obviously very challenging. Our biologists always do range rides, try and look at that data. We rely on law enforcement and reports of how many they're seeing. And, with cell phones and everything, it's tough there's a lot of people out there, a lot of evidence out there. And so we're hoping a lot of that gets reported and we'll be able to track law enforcement records. We've also kicked around the idea of doing some transects and trying to do some things like that to count them. Still not specific on the methods for that, but something we're looking into.
Thank you. Brian?
In regards to the antler restriction, we have something similar to that right now in our management hunts. How often do we see illegal kill in those hunts?
I do not have data on that. I don't know if law enforcement here, since we have it down on Ponce-Gant, might be able to speak to it. I don't know. We can look that up and try and see, but I don't know.
I don't have numbers right in front of me, but it's not very common. And most of the people that do self-report, because they misidentified or weren't able to see it clearly enough when they took the shot.
Would it be a difference, Paul, maybe between that hunt and this, because that's more into the rut and those deer go stand more for them?
Certainly could be. I don't have data to see, but with the general season thing, it's going to be a different population hunting it as well.
Kent, I have a question. How do we expect to do a research study looking at the goals of the antler point restriction while we're constantly changing the dynamics of that study, meaning changing the permit numbers and every year to try to keep the buck to doe ratio? How can you have two of those variables going at the same time and think we're going to have good data in the end?
Well, in the ideal world, everything would be constant, right? But in wildlife research, that's not what we can deal with. So we can choose to, I mean, if we allow buck doe ratio to change, then we're dealing with the effects of increasing buck doe ratio when we know that that changes percent success, that changes the number of bucks we see on the landscape, that changes lots of things there that are also undesirable for a research study. So what we wanted to do is, if we were at objective and we maintain that objective, can we assess how that impacts the buck doe population at that? And particularly, does it impact the number of mature bucks on the landscape? So if, as long as we're within that buck doe ratio, from a biological standpoint, we'll be able to assess how it impacts that mature buck side of things. The social side will get a little bit convoluted, but that's also something that we're hoping to find out. Is by managing to those buck doe ratios with these restrictions, does it create issues on the social side that are undesirable for people? Does it create crowding issues? Does it create less satisfaction? So although things are changing, I think it also is exactly what we're trying to do with these studies. Understand, can we provide that additional opportunity while also providing increased quality for mature bucks? And then understanding what hunters feel about that, and is this something that they want to see expanded?
Ken, would there be any measurables on the outcome? Hunter satisfaction is a big part of this, but is there any measurable data besides a 1 through 5 if you liked your hunt or not? Would there be anything else on this research unit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so you're talking about just the harvest survey side of things, and that's where you get the 1 through 5. And hunter satisfaction can be measured in a lot of different ways. I'm not a social scientist, so we'll work with Matt Bartley, who is our social scientist, and develop the questions. But we would target hunters and ask them about satisfaction, but ask them also more about crowding. Was they're asking about, opinions on things, and we'd let him wordsmith the questions to get at that better.
So you see it would be a different survey that would be sent out?
We would, yeah, in addition to the harvest survey, I mean, that would provide data, but we would target people on those units with specific surveys trying to get at their opinions on these hunts.
Thank you. Questions from the public on this item? Chuck's got a couple more. Just 1 second, thank you.
I wonder, how will you maintain buck to doe ratios when you've limited success? Won't you end up in a race with putting out more permits and buck to doe ratios? Will you be able to keep up with that with a limited harvest on particularly the Pine Valley unit?
I mean, it ultimately depends on what success will be, and we don't really know what that will be yet. And it also depends on what the production of these populations is going to be. Right now, we're in a good period, and that's awesome that we're seeing good production, good fawn survival. If you go back to 2018 to during 2020, we weren't in that boat, and we were cutting tags, and so it just depends what the population is going to allow. Obviously, if we maintain this pattern, which we hope we do, it would require permit increases, and we can adjust those between different seasons to try and accomplish that. But yes, to maintain buck doe ratio with a growing population, it would require increases in permits.
And I promise this is my last one. Was there any discussion about what to do on these units, or particularly the Boulder unit, for dedicated hunters that hunt there, and they're 1 or 2 years into that, and suddenly they have to buy a new gun to continue to hunt where they want to hunt? Was it any discussion about letting them continue to hunt?
It it was kind of decided last year. When we took around the initial research proposal last fall, we also took around the dedicated hunter rule. And there was a provision in there to allow dedicated hunters to withdraw and get their points and money back. Ultimately, the board did not pass that. They passed just the dedicated hunters have to follow the restrictions of the unit. So pretty much what the dedicated hunters would be left with now is they could pull out of the program and put in for something else. But if they've already done all their hours, they wouldn't be reimbursed for that at all.
Thank you. Brian?
What is the expectation if the buck to doe ratio on the Pine Valley rises because of this 4-point or better, and you've got a big amount of 4 points? Didn't we see that all the lifetime license holders took that, and the public kickback a few years ago was much because of all the lifetime license holders taking all the Pine Valley tax? And won't that get worse with this?
I don't know if it'll get worse or not. I mean, I know I've heard a lot of people assuming that. You're assuming that the lifetime license holder would want to hunt somewhere they traditionally not hunted. And you're also assuming that they'd want to be under these restrictions. And we don't know the answers to those questions.
Riley?
Can you tell me a little bit about, we've had, I know in the state of Utah, many years ago, we've done point restrictions. Were there any studies done on those and what the results of those were?
Yeah, so we did point restrictions in the late 80s out on the Book Cliffs and I believe some other units, but that was a 3-point or better restriction. And it wasn't, you didn't have a tag that was specific to that unit. You could hunt other areas as well and just bounce back and forth when, just follow the restrictions of the unit. But as a 3-point or better situation, what it did show is that pressure, put lots of the pressure on those 2-year-old and older bucks to the point where after the hunt was over, you actually had fewer mature bucks than you did without that restriction in place. It did show an increase in illegal kill. I can't remember the exact other results. I think it did lower success some as well. I don't remember the exact other results off the top of my head, but generally with the 3-point or better, the conclusions were it wasn't successful at providing increased mature bucks on the landscape, which is what the hope was. And I think that's why we're proposing it as a 4-point or better in this situation to try and see if that increased mature buck part is accomplished. Also, I think hunting's changed quite a bit since then with a lot better optics, a lot better rifles and scopes. So it's a little bit, I don't know if it's comparable to what was done in the 80s. Also, I think it was done as a post analysis. Essentially, we looked at the units that were done with this restriction versus those that weren't, and we did some comparisons with data we had, but not nearly to the extent that we're proposing. Collar technology and monitoring technology has increased a ton. We still hear quite a bit about, hey, why don't we do point restrictions on all sorts of units just through the general public and just general comments we get. So clearly the results of those studies weren't convincing to all. And so what we want to do is just try and actually propose it as a full research study, get good data pre and good data post and understand what happened to be able to present that so that we can make good decisions going forward.
And to piggyback a little bit off of Austin's question earlier, on the same unit on the Pine Valley, youth are still able, there's no point restriction applied to the youth. What's the percentage of tags? Do you have an estimate on that for the youth?
It's 20%. So with last year, I think it was 3,200. So 640.
And how does that affect the outcome of the study? Is that going to skew it one way or the other? Are you worried about that? How do we track that? I have a very similar question as what Austin had, is that we're looking at doing a point restriction and we have a very specific goal, at least a slant that they're trying to achieve. If we're still taking a percentage of these younger animals, doesn't that skew the results of the study?
We can split out the youth versus the adult to understand how each restriction, so what it does to success on each group. You know, it's obviously a little less pure than if you restricted everybody, because we do have a certain segment targeting those younger bucks that others can't. But at the same time, the committee felt pretty strong that without that addition, they weren't going to support the antler point restriction. So I think if we were to ever implement this, I think this is how we would do it. So we're actually probably researching it, how we would ever see it implemented on other units. And I think we can control for it and still see what the results are just looking at that adult segment of the population.
Thank you.
Brian, you had a question? He answered it. Okay, questions from the public.
Yeah, I got two questions. So first of all, if we do a point restriction on Pine Valley, how does that affect the late muzzleloader hunters? Are they going to be restricted to 4-pointer only? Because
No.
they're wasting their points,
This would just be general season.
just general
Is the-
season.
Is the proposal. And that it's only 5 permits on the,
So then
the
that
late
takes out the classification of their an exemption from the youth
and I mean, and it could be changed if that was desired.
thing.
But-
And then as far as Pine Valley goes, has there ever been a study that shows a max permit level? Like how many people you can put on, you do studies on how many animals can be on the landscape, how many hunters can be on the landscape.
No, we haven't done a study on that.
I think it should be done.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Right.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Sorry. Have you guys considered the idea of a management hunt on this? You've got the late season muzzleloader hunt, but what about a late season management hunt? I don't want to see, if you go to a 4-pointer or better, now you're promoting giant 3 points and giant 2 points. And it's been proven that we've had people on the Ponce hunt that people are burning, what, 15, 16, 17 points to go shoot a management buck. I think if we did this, I think it would be advantageous to, or maybe if you guys considered it might be advantageous to move some people through the point pool on a management hunt the same time the late season muzzleloader hunt's going, or even later than that. Just, have you guys thought about that?
For purposes of the research study, it's not something we're considering. If this is something and we notice it as a large problem, that's something we could always consider down the road.
Any other public questions?
Just have a couple of questions on the restricted weapon hunts. I kind of want to know what that would look like, season length, when the seasons would take place, number of hunters that would be on in each of those, you know, like how many archery hunters, how many rifle hunters, how many muzzleloader hunters. Let's see what else, season length, season dates. And then I know there's like, we want to do some research on that. What's the purpose of that? What are we looking for on that research?
So just the restrict on,
Two questions there.
on all restricted weapons or just Beaver West in particular, or?
Well, yeah, the Beaver West in particular, but I mean, I'm kind of curious for all of them too.
Yeah, so they'd follow the same season structure and dates that we are proposing for other hunts. It would just be restricting what weapon you could use in each one of those hunts. And I think what we're trying to do is, will that limit success or limit selectivity of the top end bucks so that you can manage for a buck-to ratio, provide greater number, at least maintain the number of tags or a greater number of the tags, and provide an opportunity to have more mature bucks in the landscape.
Also,
They're probably gonna want you to buy.
would that be considered a limited entry hunt, or is that just general season?
It'd be a general season hunt, except on the 1,000 Legs was proposing to be a limited entry unit, so that would be a limited entry hunt there, but the other 3 would be general season.
Garth.
One question I have, why were the test units so heavy in the southern region? I mean, minus the cache, but it seemed like that was the only one that was outside of the southern region.
Our units were proposed. I mean, most of the ideas for doing this research, restricted weapons, the antler point restrictions and season dates, which we're not proposing as the committee didn't recommend anything. Most of the the comments we hear have been through the Southern RAC. And so I think that's why it really started. Their other units were thrown out, but ultimately were thrown out for discussion. But ultimately the committee just decided on this group of 5.
So they did discuss other units throughout the state, but they just didn't have any support for it, only support for Southern Region units. Is that right?
Other than the cash, of course.
Other than the cash.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
other things were discussed though.
So what does success look like off of these? Like after they've ran their course and you guys look at all the data sets, what is a successful off the 4-point or better, off these primitive weapons? What are you guys shooting for?
So, I mean, ultimately what the committee wanted to do was provide both opportunity and increase in quality. So can we do that?
Mhm.
And so it would be at least maintaining or increasing tags depending on how everything looked with population levels. And then also, what is it doing to that mature buck segment of the population? Are we limiting the harvest on that top end? So not everybody's taking the biggest bucks off the unit every year that you can do with modern day rifles. Can we limit that so that people are less selective and we have a harder time getting at those mature bucks? And so making those mature bucks more available in the population to hunt.
So if you got to a spot where it looked like your buck to doe ratio was increasing based off of some of the regulations and rules surrounding harvest, but then you were seeing harvest surveys and numbers coming back from there that said that they weren't, like the 100 crowning wasn't acceptable anymore, and you were seeing some pushback on that. Is that the threshold when you say, well, we're just going to have an ever increasing buck to doe ratio, or maybe the buck to doe ratio is going to just be higher because we can't actually put more hunters on the field to harvest those because 100 crowding has got to the point where it's unacceptable to the public?
I mean, and that's something we'll be looking at as part of the study. We're proposing it as a 4-year study. If it's an absolute disaster after 2 years with major social issues, maybe we can revisit it. We want to see exactly what this is doing biologically, but then also from a social side. And so if we're seeing a lot of unacceptable social aspects of this, that's information we want to understand as well, whether this is just an unacceptable management method.
So this could be up for review in a couple of years.
It's not being proposed that way, but I suppose
Certainly
if
if
there's
there's
enough kickback, anything's doable.
More question? Brian? Matt?
How did you guys come up with the 4-point definition when G2, 3, 4 and the main beam are 4 points above, but the brow tines aren't counted? Like what is the theory behind that? When a drop tine would count as a 4th point, but a brow tine will not.
I mean, the eye guards are just standard definitions that we have with our management hunts and other things. It excludes eye guards. And so it just follows our standard definitions of.
But a drop tine would count as a 4th point.
It's off the main beam, yeah.
Does it matter where it splits off the main beam if it's below the fork?
No.
No. So you could have a lower point, but it just cannot be an eye guard.
Correct.
Okay.
Brian?
Just going to revisit my question with some information that was come out. If the point is to have bigger deer on the landscape that doesn't get harvested, and because the pressure gets spread out to other deer, would it be counterproductive if the bigger deer that don't get harvested are 2 and 3 points? We all know that does carry genetics and bucks carry genetics, but if you're promoting a giant 2-point and a giant 3-point to live, then we're kind of being counterproductive on this. I really just think that maybe we need to consider a management hunt as a tool to knock some of those 2 points down. That's just my question is, why isn't that considered? I just don't.
At this point with the research study, we would want to understand how many of those are running around. What is it doing to that and the classification data, which Jason will collect? And then if people think that the 4-point or better is doing its thing, but we have too many around there and want to consider it after the study is done, that is something we can consider.
And how long was the study again?
4 years. 2025 seasons through 2028.
Thank you. All ready to summarize public comment? One quick question, Ken. How do we measure quality? I would say we don't measure it now. And quality is different if you're my dad, a 30-inch buck is a quality buck. To me, it's a little bit different scoring method. But to everybody, it can be something different. How do you measure quality? And is that not been addressed in the research? Because that would be part of the survey.
Obviously it varies by individual. So we look at it through harvest data. We do get number of points and spread. So we'll be able to look at that and see if that's changing. So you can just see, does that change quality about what's being taken? Also through classification, we do collect data on number of points that each animal has. And then if it's a little 2-point or if it's a giant old 2-point, our biologists can tell that and they record that. So we're able to see what it changes in the classification as well. And so that's how we're looking at it.
Okay. Tammy?
Okay, question on the Beaver West. So as far as research, are we talking research on it as well?
Yes.
It's a Beaver West. So what's the data you're doing that? Is that just the success rate? It's you're counting mature bucks, young bucks?
Beaver West would be, it'd be the classification data and then the harvest data and how that changes.
Okay, so tag numbers, how are you going, is that on this discussion? Or is
We
that the
wouldn't
next
do
one?
that until spring, but it would be based on population and what buck-doe ratios we have on each and how Mike thinks that would change. It's
Okay, that's.
obviously in year 1 or year 2, it could be a little bit of a guessing game since we haven't split, regardless of whether we do the restrictions or not, there's going to be a little bit of guessing game there because it's proposed as a new unit. So we'll have some, I think Mike will get pretty dang close. But
If not, we'll give him an attitude. adjustment.
obviously then we'll adjust it if something was wrong. But clearly we're going to have to guess at what success is and we'll have to.
Yeah, I'm
guess
just
on that
curious.
pretty
I've had a lot of questions like how they're going to divide that. I mean, I get the logistics dividing it, but numbers wise. So will you do an actual numbers assessment this winter?
Yeah,
on the deer count,
It won't be a count, but
west versus east? Or-
yeah, we can estimate how many deer we'll have to come up with population estimates on east side versus west side. And based on that and based on survival and fawn-doe ratios as well as buck-doe ratios, we can come up with an idea of how many bucks are available to harvest, what the harvest success would be, and come up with a rough guess on permits.
Sounds like Mike's gonna need some help counting.
If Mike wants to speak to.
Some
we'll let him do it.
volunteers.
Oh, Mike's coming up.
That's good. I was just gonna add one more thing that we actually do have. I went through all my classification data for the last 7 or 8 years and was actually able to split out a lot of it, of which was west side, which was east side. So we'll have a little bit of data to work with.
Can we go to summarize public comment? You had a question. Eric.
So do you really think it's a good idea to entertain limiting the study to 2 years? You say 4 years and it makes sense because of course you're going to have pushback for the first 2-3 years of the study because you have to get those, you're going to have a limited number of 4 points. And so everyone's going to be pissed off about that. And so you have to wait for the ones that are currently 2 and 3 to grow to 4 point, right? I mean, so is that an
No, it's
idea
not.
to really entertain?
We're proposing it as a 4-year study for
That's right.
the very
So, I
reason
mean,
to
I
get
just-
sufficient data. But if it was an absolute disaster and the public came unglued because of it, things could change.
Okay. So we may not want the data.
Okay, let's summarize public comment from online. I'm sure.
Okay, similar to the last one, I'll go kind of from a broad look down to some of the particular issues. Again, it was almost a 50-50 split. When you just look at about 47% of the people that commented, of the 39 people that commented, expressed some level of agreement, 48% some level of disagreement, and the average was 2.85, so almost right in the middle. When we drill down to the particular issues, with restricted weapons, 14 individuals commented negatively about the restricted weapons proposals, but 11 commented in favor of those proposals. With the antler restrictions, 9 of the comments were in disagreeing with that, and 5 of them were in agreement. So a little more skewed towards not agreeing with the proposals when it comes to restricted weapons and antler restrictions, but there was support on both of those as well. And so it's not clear cut on either of those. But
Okay, we'll go to public comment real quick. Braden Richmond is up first. He'll be followed by Paul Marshall.
Yeah, Braden Richmond representing myself. Just start my comments. This is kind of an interesting round of racks, and it's kind of fun to watch after being in your shoes for a few years ago. But when I was on the rack for 8 years, every single year we had people come and say, we've got to make changes. We've got to do point restrictions. We've got to do restricted weapons. I mean, we were bombarded at this rack. Well, the comments I'm hearing now is, last year the division brought this forward and we told them where to go, pound sand, and now they're bringing it back and shoving it down our throats. That's not how this happened. The public asked for it forever. Last year the division brought up, we said we want to go through the process. It is going through the process. So this is what we asked for in Southern Utah. Now the problem comes in not in my backyard, right? And then you can never solve all the questions or it's not a perfect system. So here'd be my statement. Generally speaking, I like what we've done. I probably agree with Austin a little bit. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more. We have a whole bunch of units in the state. Let's try some things. I think we maybe missed the boat on this new data coming out with a lower bucks means more fawns. Maybe we should drop the unit to 10 just to see what that does. But of course, that's not going to fly in our backyard either, right? So it's got to be someone's backyard. Generally speaking, I like the ideas. I wish the 4-pointer better wasn't in my backyard. That's the unit I've hunted for a while. I'd like that to be in someone else's backyard, but it's got to be someone's backyard. Just a couple comments to it. And I think that we've heard this a little bit. On the 4-pointer better in Pine Valley, there's this idea Brian brought up, well, can we do management hunts? No, we got to keep the data solid, but we're going to let kids kill 2 points. Well, that's different. We're going to let the muzzleloaders kill 2 points. Well, that's also different. And we're going to lower the age class. Well, that's the other part of the plan. I mean, the buck to doe ratio. If we're going to do an experiment, we need to limit the controls. So here would be my request on the Pine Valley. Let's try the experiment. I'm not overly opposed to it. I don't love it. Let's try the experiment, but let's leave the controls alone. No kids shooting 2 points. I don't hate kids. The only thing I've done for the last 6 years is hunt with my kids. I promise we'll fill those youth tags with kids that will be happy to hunt only 4 points. We'll fill the tags. No kids, no change to the buck to doe ratio. Everybody on that unit shoots 4 points or better, and let's try the experiment. We've asked for the experiment in Southern Utah for years. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. The one other comment I had, actually, maybe that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. Paul Marshall. All this would be the time to talk about your Beaver West.
Yeah.
And he'll be followed by Russell Todd.
So Paul Marshall, Vice Chair Beaver Chapter SFW. We took a little survey for our chapter members, and the majority voted against weapon restrictions on the Beaver West. Some of the reasons that I've heard talked about, one is wounded mortality rate, not harvested, but killed because we're using a less effective weapon, shooting too far. They're not as accurate. Those kind of things, those are our concerns with that. The other one is Beaver West is a great area for people who are older or who have health problems. There's road access, it's lower elevation. They can hunt that. And they enjoy hunting that area, especially Beaver County residents who are older. I have a very close friend who's got a dad who's approaching 80. He's not going to hunt the high country of Beaver East, but he can hunt the lower country of Beaver West. And I think that needs to be considered in this. Also, just a side note, choosing tag numbers on Beaver West, I think is going to be very difficult because it is the winter range for the Beaver East. And so when they do the deer count, there's going to be a pile of deer on Beaver West. Looks like there's way more deer there than there is. And so that needs to be considered in the equation of tag numbers when we get to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Russell Todd will be followed by Kevin Norman.
I'm Russell Todd, representing myself. I just have a couple of comments. Mine are mainly for the Pine Valley. I think there needs to be some type of classification on permit numbers. If we limit people from shooting the smaller deer, because there's a lot of older generation that still do that, I think your buck to doe ratio is going to go way high. And I think there's going to be an add of permits for those 4 years. In the past, when we've had permits added, it's been 400 a year. I could see within the first year that you're adding 2,000 permits to keep your buck to doe ratio down to where it needs to be. And I think that's wrong in 1 year classification. So I think there needs to be some talk into that. And then I grew up over on the Book Cliffs when I was younger. So I experienced that 3-pointer better, but I also experienced the overrun of people there too. And I see that happening on the Pine Valley. Your application, if you have 11,000 people applying now, I see in a couple of years, you're probably going to have 20 to 25,000 people. So your chances of drawing that permit is going to go from 5 years to 10 years. I know they said 3 years, but Pine Valley's a 5-year permit right now. So that's a struggle for me, because just like everybody's talking, you want opportunity, even though you're increasing permits, you're still going to have a harder time drawing that tag. And then I think there needs to be a deeper dive into the study of actual numbers on Pine Valley, the total deer numbers. And I think they're a little bit off on your fawn survival. So that's my comments.
Thanks, Paul. Kevin, he'll be followed by Thomas Vernon.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. We support the recommendations with a couple exceptions, one being the Pine Valley, not supporting that 4-point or better. Many of the reasons Russell just explained. The other one being the restricted weapons on the cache. We'd like to see that split north and south, the north being the restricted area, the south staying as is. Overall, I think we strongly support the restricted weapons units. Excited to see what that does. As much of the discussion here tonight about opportunity and quality, I think it's a home run and will work for providing both of those things. It's going to be hard, but I look at it, I just want to have a tag in my pocket and have my kids have tags in their pockets. And yeah, it's going to be hard, but it'll be fun to see good bucks again and lots of good bucks. And yeah, it might be hard, and not every year you're going to kill a buck and be successful, but is that how you measure success? I don't. So that's our recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Thomas? Thank you. Garth Jensen. He'll be followed by William Vernon.
So I guess overall, I'm really in support of these test units. I like the fact that we're trying something different, that we're trying to get people out there, that we're gonna, basically it comes down to, we're not doing very well in growing deer. We haven't. So we have to try other things to allow people to get out to enjoy the outdoors and hunt. So I like it. The one thing, there's a couple of things I don't like. I would rather have that control be controlled. I'm in agreement with not having, like, youth, if they want to shoot a 2-point, they can go to a different unit. I think that's going to skew the results, and I don't like that. So I would rather just see if you're going to allow a 4-point test, have it all be managed 4-point. I believe that's going to be a more fair scale. Also on the permit numbers, I would love to see a set permit number at the time that they instituted these. on both the 4-point or better and the primitive weapon for both does and bucks. And let's see where that shakes out. Like if we see an increase in population after the 4 years, I don't think they're going to increase to the point they're going to eat themselves out of house and home. I think we got plenty of range out there to justify it. And I don't think they're going to have a multitude and get to $45 per 100 does and we have a premium limited entry unit on our hands. But let's just see how it lays out and let's leave those alone. And let's kind of just make sure that that stays where it is. I think that would be a better test case.
Thanks, Garth. William? Thank you. Jeremy Anderson, that's the last comment card I have for this one. Couple more.
Bring it now. We're not taking any more.
Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation, and also statewide committee meeting or member. This one was different for us. There was a lot of social things, a lot of different ideas. What I liked, again, gave opportunity. It gave some chances, although maybe like Kevin said, maybe it's a little lower success rate, but you're getting hunters in the field that weren't getting out there. Not a big antler point restriction guy, but I am going to go with the committee and support the plan in full.
Thank you, Jeremy. We'll have Troy Gustafson. He will be followed by Brian Johnson.
Troy Justinson speaking as a member of the Mule Deer Committee. What we're experiencing here tonight is exactly what we experienced in the committee. I mean, the committee has nothing on you guys, 2 hours for one topic. Pretty good. I want to speak a little bit to these restrictions. The reason why I supported the boulder, it is my backyard. That's where I've grown up hunting. I'm Johns Valley through and through. That's where I spent time with my dad, my brothers, my uncles, everything, learning about life, learning about hunting, and it's important to me. The whole reason we're here tonight is the decrease in tags opportunity. We got one side that's saying, hey, we got to cut tags. You know, there's no more quality out there. We got the other side saying, hey, wait a minute. 2 years ago, we issued the least amount of deer tags in the state of Utah since 1930 something. We're real good at cutting, but we're not real good at giving back. The reason why I support, the restricted weapons on the boulder, not only being my backyard, is I want that opportunity. Currently, I'm 56 years old. It takes 5 to 6 years to draw the boulder. That means I've got about 3 deer hunts left in my life, and I'm not good with that, guys. I'm just not. I mean, I'd rather hunt with a lesser weapon, have a lesser chance of harvesting a buck, but still be out there with my family and my grandkids, whatever. So I support the recommendations from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Brian? He'll be followed by Kenyon Powell.
Brian Johnson. It's been a long time since I've been to one of these meetings. I was on that side of the table for a lot of years, and it's kind of fun to not be on that side of the table. Braden brought up some good points. They've hollered for change for so many years, and then you do it, and then everybody's mad no matter what we do. I get it. My own son, 12 years old, got to mentor my dad's tag and got to smack a 3-point, and it was a great experience for all of us that were there on the Pine Valley. It was fantastic. And he's like, Dad, you better tell him to let me shoot whatever I want out there, because it was a lot of fun and we never saw a 4-point. And I'm here to tell you that if we're going to do this experiment, you probably shouldn't let kids shoot 2 points. And I know that's not a popular take, and I know it won't get passed. I know it's a social issue. 99% of what we're doing here is a social issue. You can get your does covered with 5 to 6 bucks per 100 does. It's biologically been proven. In the 80s, when everybody says it was the heyday, we had 6 to 7 bucks per 100 does. We just had a pile of deer, so no one cared. Okay, we don't have a pile of deer anymore, so we got to try other things, right, guys? We're trying other things. I'm going to tell my kid, I'm not going to tell my kid what I talked about tonight, but if you do this, and I know you can't, I understand the social problem with this, and maybe a compromise would be 50 youth management tags in November so you can smack some 2 points with some kids. I don't know. It's bothersome to me to leave mature 3 points on the landscape and mature 2 points. We already know they're going to get through the cracks because we've seen it on the Ponsegont, we've seen it on the Henrys. And I know that's a little bit different because guys want to shoot a different class of deer. I'm just thinking it's a compromise, and I also understand the social aspect of it all. I get that. The other thing that I do like is I love the weapon restriction. If you want to see something that works, we've had the Wasatch Front be an archery only deal for a lot of years, and it's been almost unlimited access as far as opportunity goes, and there's still deer up there because you've got basically a 75-yard weapon. And with these weapon restrictions, like Troy said, we can get a lot more guys out there hunting. And you're going to see a lot bigger deer because you can't kill them with these restrictions. So I think it's a step in the right direction. And I'll end with this. If you guys absolutely hate it, and this is a 4-year flop, I promise you take the restrictions off, you'll have exactly what you have this year in 4 years in 1 year. We're really effective at killing stuff. So if it doesn't work, what are we out? 5 years? We'll be right back to where we were if you just lift the restrictions. You know, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I saw a lot of adults killing 2 points and 3 points. So we'll get it done. People will go out and kill stuff. So if you don't like it, I promise you can get it back to where it is right now, the status quo, really quick.
Thanks,
So
Brad. Kenyon Powell, he'll be followed by John Anderson.
Kenyon Powell here for myself. I've lived in the Book Cliffs. I seen what happened with the 3 point, and I agree with Brent. It didn't work. I don't agree with the 4 point or better. All you're going to do is get all the guys that's, what is there, 3,500 people that have the lifetime tags? There's that many tags out there. So how many of them is going to come in there and take over the tags? Because that's going to be the number one spot they're going to go because it's 4 point. I've sat on committees. I was on a Book Cliffs committee at one time. And I don't agree with a lot of stuff that they're doing, but we have to get along and agree and to disagree. But I don't agree with this one because it doesn't work. What are they going to do in 4 years if it starts working? All right, let's make it a limited entry hunt now. They're going to think about it. They can do that anytime. So that's what I have to say. I think we need to really think about what we're doing here. It's all about the kids hunting. Took me 4 years to draw a tag. 4 years. What are we doing to the kids to take that long to draw tags? I'm an adult. I shot a little teeny buck this year on the Pine Valley. The only reason I did is I had a 3-year-old grandson and a 6-year-old grandson with me. I wanted them to show what it was like to shoot something, but it wasn't even, I shouldn't have shot it because it was probably going to be one of them little ones that dies. So what are we doing? We got to do something different because it's not working what's going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenyon. John Anderson.
John from Cedar. I've hunted the Pine Valley for about 40 years when I was 18. And probably after the fire, after the last 5 years, I've noticed it go down to now where I apply is Panguitch because I spent 6 or 7 days over there 2 years ago and didn't see anything big like I used to 10, 15, 20 years ago. So I'm all for to do the study. I want to know the researchers, have they looked into the one I've heard people say that Colorado did a 4 point study? Has that been looked at? And if we can use that study to help us out and see what they accomplished out of the study, might help our study out. Or other states, Arizona, they've done a lot of changes lately. So I'm all for that. So, and I think to not muddy up the study, I think it should be a 4 point and that's it. All the weapons, I'm sorry, let the kids go somewhere else, but then just 4 point or better, or let the kids shoot a 4 point and then see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Time for RAC discussion. Try to keep your comments concise, short, all those good things. And let's get some motions on the table. We can easily break
Asking a
this
lot of us.
one up. Yeah, we
Keep
can
them
break this
concise
one
and
up too.
short.
Austin was
Chuck?
looking at me. I don't know why, but I'm in support of the weapons restrictions and I'm opposed to 4-point or better. I looked at several studies and some summaries of studies, and the data suggests there's an improvement for a couple of years, and then it goes back to where you're at and you don't get what you want. I hunted the Oak Creek unit for a lot of years before it was a limited entry, and that's kind of what I saw up there. Saw some weird genetics, a 2-point that was 26 inches wide, and I couldn't shoot him. I got within bow range and had to let him go because I didn't have a 3rd point on him. So I'm opposed. I think we've done this. I think we've seen the results. I think the new data will likely show the exact same thing. So I'm opposed to the 4-point, but I'm in favor of the weapons restrictions.
I feel like I've been hard on the division tonight. I'll apologize for that later, but I have kids, right? So I used to always want to protect my kids. And sometimes I'm like, well, you know what? I'm just going to let them make a mistake and learn for themselves. Maybe set them up to fail and they'll learn better. And I can't help but get this thought out of my mind that that's what the division's doing to us a little bit on this. Maybe, yes, they went through the committee, but I feel like them saying we don't know what's going to happen, we just want to see is totally wrong. I feel like we know what's going to happen, and they want us to kind of eat our own words here in the southern region and say, well, we got our 4-point, because you know they're never going to let us live this down, that we will hear about this good or bad forever if this research 4-point or better goes through. So I don't think it's right to say we don't know what's going to happen. We're all smart. They're a lot smarter than us. They're biologists. So if we're going to do it, we need to control it by allowing these variables. I feel like is setting it up to fail, and we're all going to be facing saying, well, they're going to love to tell us that we told you so, but you guys didn't listen, and we did it on the Pine Valley in 2025. I don't want that. I don't think that's fair to them or to us. So yes, we hear about this every year. If we're going to do it, now's the time to do it. I wish it was on one unit in every region around the state. I don't think it's fair to just take one tiny little point on Pine Valley, which is totally different genetics, different habitat, and the whole state's going to be looking at tiny little data. I don't think that's fair. I wanted every region to try it. But if this is what we're going to have to do to put it to bed, to try it, definitely don't let the youth shoot smaller bucks. It has to be controlled. And then you have to set those tag numbers and not touch them for the duration of the study. Like, that's just crazy to me to think, if we're going to do that, let's just do unlimited over-the-counter tags on the Pine Valley and just let everybody go out there and put a 4-point or better on it. I mean, because that's what it's going to end up if we don't manage to a static permit quota. So that's my comment. Oh, I'll speak to restricted weapons. When we passed the restricted weapons on the tech committee and it went through the wildlife board, the idea was, in my mind, was not to just totally shut units out to people that have hunted there. The idea was the mule deer committee could go through and design other hunts or subunits or late season specialty draw, premium limited entry of like 5 restricted archery tags here, 5 restricted muzzleloader tags here, 5 restricted rifle here. The idea was to break it up and not just assign a unit and say you can never use a scope on this unit. I understand that's where we've got to, and we can try it. I'm all for trying it because I love the idea of more tags and more opportunity with a lesser weapon. I'm totally in support of that. I know some people struggle with, that's my unit, and now grandpa can never use a scope there. I feel the heartburn and I feel for them. So
I want to echo a little bit what Austin talked about with the youth and the 4-point restriction. I do believe that it needs to be across the board, as Austin said. You can't get valid data. Statisticians would all deal with this and talk about it when it comes down to, if we allow all these extra variables. Hence why when I talked earlier about, we need to leave some things the way they're at right now. All we do is we shake things up every year. We try to make the change for the better. We throw things at the table. and to leave that valid and status quo, I totally agree with it. On weapons restrictions, I'm 100% for it. And after having some conversations with some people about it, because they were anti-weapons restrictions to begin with, because we've all got, not all, but some of us have long range guns. We've spent a lot of money in them. There's a lot of conversations went on with this. But you know, most of those people have got a Model 94 3030 that was granddad's, that's in their closet that they bust out once in a while because they think it's cool. But as adults, or as a predator, I want to say, we are a predator towards the mule deer. We have to restrict ourselves at some point. When it comes to bucks, when it comes to how we hunt, how we manage, we're not killers. We're not out there just to kill. We're out there to harvest an animal. And to do it with restricted weapons, a gentleman talked in the Central RAC the other night about traditions. Hunting was a tradition. It's a lifelong tradition. We keep it in our family. And me personally, I failed as a parent because my kid's first BB gun had a scope on it. And I pulled it off there later on down the road because I wanted him to learn how to shoot with open sights. They're all avid bow hunters now. I have a kid that wants to shoot with a longbow. He wants to do that. Those are those traditions that you want to do. And also on top of that, as Troy's mentioned, you know, you're going to be able to have some more added opportunity because people aren't going to be out there killing. You're going to be out hunting. You're going to have some success off the road with open sights that people happen to luck into and step off the road and kill a deer, but you're actually going to have to hunt. You're going to have to teach the youth how to hunt again, get in the woods, make a stalk at 980 yards. That's not a stalk in my eyes. So I think that we can do some restricted weapons and follow suit. The 4-point restriction, we have to lock it down and manage to where it's at. And it has to come across the board with a lot of people because we're going to affect the cattlemen, the sheep people, the farmers that are out there, all that stuff, because there's going to be, I hope there's going to be overcrowding with deer, not people. If we lock it down to where it's at and see what it actually does, hopefully we can get some more deer. But in all the conversation we've had tonight, I don't buy it. But we have to put it to bed. Troy made a comment the other night in the Northern RAC, maybe said it tonight. Let's do it and put it to bed. And because if we don't do it, it's just like Austin said, we're probably going to eat our words. We've offered it, then we don't do it. If it's not valid, it doesn't work or does work. So.
Riley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to do as well. I'm not super excited. The boulder's my backyard as well. I grew up in Antimony, hunted the boulder, the Monroe, the Dutton, all at the same time back before we had to decide which ones we were going to hunt. And I'm not super excited about going out and having to spend money on new weapons, if that's the case. But I am excited about the opportunity for some change. I like the restricted weapons, and I think that it's time that we do something. We've talked for years and years about thinking outside the box and trying some new things, and I really like that. I'm not necessarily an advocate. To my knowledge, there's not a definitive study on point restriction that amounts to a hill of beans, in my opinion. But I'm not opposed to trying it. To you know what, this is the time that we get to do it and we get to try it. I am opposed to skewing the results of that study with the youth. Now, nobody can say that I'm against youth at this point. I got like 12 of them or something at my house. So I do think that we need to make sure that we do control that, as been said by other members that are there today and other RAC members, the sportsmen. I appreciate those comments. I like what we're trying to do. I think that there's opportunity for more change and to let's try some of these things. Let's do this and see what happens. I would like to remind all those who are in attendance, the RAC, that we talk about deer and elk oftentimes as it's this golden cow, and this is a renewable resource. We don't always make the right decisions, and we don't know what the winter's going to hold. We don't know what the environmental impacts are going to be from 1 month to the next. But what we do know is that we have the opportunity right now to make some changes that could affect us in a positive way. And I would definitely support this. The only exception would be I think we need to control on the Pine Valley. I wouldn't suggest that we allow the youth to be a part of that. Again, I love kids, but not in this aspect.
You got a motion for us, Bryant? Let's hear your comment.
Well, I guess I've been on both sides of this at times. I think about the restricted weapons. I think about what we done with muzzle loaders last year. We done the right thing. I hunted with a 1-power scope this year and wonderful hunt. I've got a friend that really argued he was on to keep the scopes on the muzzleloader side. He's probably going to kill me for saying this, but that friend with that 1-power killed a 240-inch deer this year. And they worked for it and they earned it. And it's quite amazing. So maybe on the restricted weapons, there might be some options for splitting the hunts and the tags to both at some point. But I guess to do it all the way, you're going to have to do it. The 4-pointer better. Well, they brought it back. I was against it. I think you guys have changed my mind. So that's where I'm at tonight. So
Thanks, Brian. Anybody want to take a stab at a motion?
Got it, the last one.
Russell?
How about a comment?
Comment.
So on the 4-point, when the division came out with it originally, they set a tag number at 3,000. Correct? And
You're talking last year?
Last year. This was the division's proposal. I don't know what that said. It appears to me that so there needs to be something set because by the second year, the buck-to-doe ratios are going to be clear out of there. So, I would propose that if we're going to do this, we set a number, not a buck-to-doe ratio number, and stick to it.
I think I tend to agree with you. So I think we have to think the research and then we have to think going forward, right? What happens to this unit at the end of 4 years? If it works and there's big bucks everywhere and everybody gets a great deer, we have to be able to allow more hunters on the landscape. So I understand their fear. Are you going to stick us at that permit number forever? Well, then it's just a limited entry hunt. But what do we do after? What is that transition like? I think that's why they're saying, well, we have to be able to increase tags. But I agree, I don't like the change in control.
Or it should be incremental, like 400 or 500 a year or some, a smaller increase. But the other issue, and it was well discussed at the meeting, is this is my backyard. These deer come right through the middle of me, and the hunters follow them, and they cut my fences. And one of them even shot one of my cows with an arrow this year. Thank you. And so this is my backyard. And if where I have the heartburn with it, and I love the idea, and I supported it, I think the youth need something. Even if it's give them a management hunt where at the moment the lake muzzleloader is, eliminate the lake muzzleloader, put a management hunt there and let them harvest and pick 3 points or Big 2 points. The other thing is the lifetime tag holders. And ultimately, we turn this into a limited entry permit. Everybody will apply, especially the second year in. And my neighbors' kids won't hunt. And so I don't know where I stand exactly, in a very raw place. That's my comment.
Thanks, Russell. We need to hear a motion so we can move on. Hate to rush it. We want to separate this out.
I'll make a
by
motion.
Restricted weapons, 4 point, yeah, Bart.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposal as presented, except to not allow youth hunting in the Pine Valley. Or for the 4 point, or the youth to hunt 2 or 3 point.
You have to comply with.
Youth have to comply with the
Got it.
restrictions.
So no variance for the youth?
No
or-
variance for the
I
youth.
don't know what the proper term is. The entire research study proposal.
Yes.
So the motion is to approve the proposal as presented, but don't change the antler restrictions or don't exempt youth from antler restrictions. Is that fair?
Let's
I don't like the word change.
remove item 1A2 from the memorandum, which is youth may harvest any buck.
Approve proposal presented, but don't exempt hunters from antler restrictions. That
Correct.
century.
That covers most of what we talked about, except the varying permit numbers under the antler restriction unit. Did you want to address that?
I
or
didn't
not?
want to address that. I think
Okay.
there's too many variables there that we don't have the information right now. I mean, we know it's going to grow. So we're going to make some, just increase it by 500 next year. That doesn't make any, I understand the rationale, but you want to increase the, hold on.
You want it to continue to
I don't,
increase?
what's that?
Do you want permit numbers to increase
I
throughout the
think
study?
we'll
or
probably
not?
get a recommendation, probably from the DNR throughout the period, but I don't want to tie their hands right now.
Okay. So as is Bart's motion, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Chad. Any other discussion needed on this motion? Okay, let's vote. Approved proposal is presented, but don't exempt the youth from the antler restrictions. Everything else is as is. Can I vote by roll call to keep it straight here? Riley?
Yes.
Riley's a yes. Chad?
Yes.
Verlin? Yes. Mike?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Russell?
No.
Tammy?
Yes.
Chuck? Brooklyn?
No.
Bart?
Yes.
Rachel? Motion carries 7-4. That covers everything for that agenda item, does it not? Any other discussion? Okay, agenda item number 6 is completed. Thank you, everyone. Agenda item number 7, back here with Dax Mangus. We've got buck and bull, 3 years of season dates and hunts, bucks and bulls. Tables and dates. Anything we missed? Any clarifications?
Nope. Let's jump in.
Let's do it. Questions from the RAC. Get to that. I have a question. Is there any reason in the DWR's mind? And excuse Russell. Is there any reason in the DWR's mind that we could not separate Ponsagat to have no overlapping hunt dates and just push management cactus buck completely from overlapping? Like, why are we against hunting those into November later?
In the past, we kept season dates similar, left some days for the folks that had drawn the premium permits, did not have management hunters on top of them. I think, yeah, maybe I could defer to the region on that one. Yeah. So maybe we'll have the district biologist come up. I think there's some flexibility there. There's only so many days in the fall. But I think, yeah, maybe I'll let the region weigh in on, the question is, why not move all of the management hunts until later?
Yeah, why do any overlap? Why not just
So like move
separate
the
'em?
archery management buck hunts and the muzzleloader management buck hunts
Sorry.
until later?
Not those. I'm just talking about the rifle, the later,
There
the
is-
overlap of.
The proposal doesn't have any overlap for rifle management buck hunting on top of the premium limited entry rifle seasons.
It doesn't overlap by 2 days,
It did this year.
but it's no
For n-
longer.
For
going
the
to do
next
that.
3 years, we changed that.
So
Yeah, so the-
everything will stay forever, even when the calendar rotates. They're
Yeah,
not going to.
for the next 3 years, yes, there's no overlap on rifle management. There's no overlap between the premium limited entry, any legal weapon hunt, and the management buck rifle hunt.
And management and cactus overlap by a little bit. Correct?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
They did this last year, this season that's
I
finishing
think
up
that's
right
the
now.
feedback we're getting. Okay, so we're probably okay. My question is probably answered.
Did I say that correctly, Kyle?
Yeah. Perfect. Let's do it. Question? I'm happy. Shoot the 3 points. Yes. Any other questions? RAC, questions from the public? Braden?
Unless I'm wrong, I think we're wrong. So I think there is, I think the question, Austin, that we want to ask on that management may be a little bit different. So what are the dates on the cactus hunt? How many days are on the cactus hunt?
So I'm referencing the rack packet. We can all look at it together here. Cactus buck hunt. Let's just look at 2025 to make
just
it
1 year is
clear.
good.
But we follow the same structure,
Yeah.
just with some minor adjustments through the 3-year
One year
process.
will show what I'm trying to get at.
November 10th through November 23rd of 2025 would be the cactus.
Okay, so 13 days. How long is the management rifle hunt?
It's 10 days.
If I remember right, it's November 1st through 9th.
They did change it to 10 days. Okay, but there's still, why aren't they aligned was the question. Why can't they both be the same amount of days? That was the question. So they still won't be aligned, even under the new dates. Thanks. I'll get back to that on my comments.
Yeah, the overlap is gone, but they are not targeting the same deer
so-
anyway.
Some of the complication sometimes goes back to the fact that we don't open hunts on a Sunday. And the Ponsagat unit has a set ending day, the 31st of October. So it varies the length of that hunt and makes setting up successional seasons a little bit complicated sometimes.
And to ask a question on the Ponsagat, because it's so special, we're still not doing an archery general season elk there, correct?
Yeah.
And at no point in the future, at least the next 3 years, will we? Is that fair to say?
The direction we received from the board was to bring that up in the mid-plan review for the elk hunt, the elk plan, which would occur a couple of years from now.
Same thing with West Desert. That'll be revisited then as well.
Yeah.
I guess on the question that you asked, you want to align those hunts or make sure there's no overlap?
I wanted to make sure there's no overlap, and then we're going to talk about aligning the archery and the muzzleloader to match the same dates, to not give preferential
Okay.
treatment to the big buck hunters over the management.
Okay, because that's what I'd heard in the last bit. So, all right, that's clear.
Any other questions, public? Let's summarize public comment on agenda item number 7.
All right, on this agenda item, again, it was split almost evenly, 53% of the 32 people that commented expressed some level of support, 47% had some level of disagreement. The weighted average was right at 3, which puts it right in the middle. There was very few comments, written comments on this. People just expressed an opinion and didn't tell us why. We did have the email from Jake Huber, which I think we're in the process of addressing with the ongoing discussion.
Help, just to be clear, when a spike hunt overlaps, do we have any restricted weapon seasons that are going to overlap regular weapon? Or someone could have to have 2 weapons. I haven't thought through all that, but
that came into consideration when we chose the units to try restricted weapons hunts on. We didn't choose any units that had that early rifle deer hunt as a restricted weapons test unit, because you'd have that potentially have that conflict of standard rifle spike hunters with restricted rifle deer hunters out at the same time. So yeah, we tried to avoid that.
thank you. Okay, public comments, agenda item number 7. I got Troy Justinson, followed by Kevin Norman. You're good. Kevin, you're up.
Kevin Norman representing myself. I've kind of taken this through the first 2 racks and it passed, but the proposal would be, as we've been talking about on the Paunsaugunt, aligning the management archery hunt with the same dates as the big buck hunt, as well as the muzzleloader, and then also aligning the cactus buck hunt and the rifle management buck hunt to give those longer dates. It's my impression that, these management buck hunts are set for high success. We need the harvest to keep these units where they're at. One of the big things would be opportunity wise. If Austin had points enough to draw an archery big buck tag and I had enough to draw a management tag, it'd be nice to share a camp and be able to hunt. We would hunt different bucks. We could hunt together. It's so few tags, it wouldn't matter. I just don't see the point in, pushing these management tags aside. They're still a coveted tag, 15 points, to draw some of these management buck hunts. So we ought to give them the same good experience, long dates, opportunity to have a good hunt with family, friends, and that's my proposal. Thanks.
So your proposal is to align the limited entry and management buck hunt dates, and then what was the other part of it?
To align the archery management buck with the big buck dates, so that all the archery buck dates would be the same, whether it's management or the limited entry, and same with the muzzleloader. But then any legal weapon management buck tags would align with the cactus buck tags after the premium.
You would match those for the same amount of days?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Braden Richmond, that's the last one.
So my comments are essentially the exact same as Kevin's, but let me add a little bit to it. I had the opportunity to go down on that rifle management hunt this year. My mom drew it with 1 point. My brother-in-law drew it with 17. It takes 17 points to be guaranteed that tag. That's a premium tag to shoot a 3-point. So it was interesting. My mom had her idea real fixed what she wanted. She passed up a lot of bucks and then had one she couldn't pass up, even though it didn't fit her plan. She shot a really nice buck. My brother-in-law, he hadn't shot a deer. He hasn't even shot a gun in 15 years. But he was so excited about this tag. He'd call me constantly. Are you sure I'm going to be able to find a buck? Are you sure I'm going to? He killed already. He killed a 3-point because he was real stressed that he wasn't going to find a good enough buck in the 5 days. We ran into another hunter out there that killed a good buck, but he told us, I just felt like with 5 days, I had to kill the first good one I found. The intent of these management hunts are to kill the deer. That's why we have them. So with that said, I just don't understand why we have hunters down there from the start of November, clear through the middle of November. The rifle management hunt and then the cactus buck hunters, but they can't hunt together. They're hunting totally different bucks. They aren't competing for the same buck, and it's not that many tags. So I'd like to align those, give them a long season, let them 17 points. Goodness, let's let them hunt. Let's let them have fun. It is an incredible experience to go down there and watch rutting bucks and not be able to shoot them. It's really cool. Another buck that's too big, it's a fun deal. Speaking to the archery and muzzleloader, again, I support that and align them. Just to be clear on that, I can't speak for muzzleloader. I think it's the same though. There's only 4 management archery hunts. They are not going to destroy a premium guy's hunt. There's 4 of them. They're hunting different deer, but it does give the opportunity, like Kevin said, your buddy's going to draw that premium archery hunt. Well, man, if I can draw that management and go with him, that's a heck of a good time. So that's the request.
Thanks, Brandon. Can I ask Dax or a question on that? Is there a cutoff date in November that we're trying to hit based on classification start or capture start, say on the Ponsegont, where you wouldn't want to have management or cactus buck hunters past X?
The current recommendation for the cactus buck hunt, I think, goes to the 23rd. I mean, if you want to give them the first 15 or even 20 days in November, that's a pretty long season. I think something like that could work. You do start to run into I don't know that we want a lot of people still out hunting during classification if they could, but I think, we can go to mid-November. I don't think it'd be an issue.
Thank you. RAC discussion. Or motion. Tammy?
Do it. I really like that idea of lining those up. I think in my mind, the longer the hunt is, and no matter how many people, the pressure that's on those herds is harder on them than, just back to back to back hunts. So I like that aligning those dates together, because I agree, they're hunting totally different deer, and I think it makes way more sense.
I did receive some comments myself about the Fillmore Oak Creek not having an early any illegal weapon hunt. Did anybody else hear that? Did SFW? Maybe it was SFW.
Wants to give his comment.
So I understand fixing like some of this Ponsegont stuff, like it only affects a few tag holders, but it's worth doing to make it right. But like the Oak Creek, what I understand is the few super lucky people that get to hunt Oak Creek deer are complaining that there's too many hunters. Well, then they need to go to the Pine Valley and somewhere else. It's kind of how I feel. So I don't feel like we should give them a second any legal weapon hunt that's earlier in October, and it just divides the tags up. It splits the bonus permits in half. It messes up non-resident. Like, why give them another hunt? I believe they were quoting just crowding on the reason for that split. I don't think that's fair, personally, but you can all hunt together and you can fight over them. That's my opinion. Ready for a motion? Anybody want to make one? Mike, you want to redeem yourself?
I'll still butcher it, but I'll go for it. I'll make a motion to accept the proposal for the season dates with aligning the Ponsegont management hunts, the cactus buck hunt, however it was laid out in a lot of ways. The archery, management and premium alignment, the muzzleloader, premium and management alignment, leave the rifle limited entry alone, and align the management and cactus buck any legal weapon
Together. With what dates?
Now you're asking a lot.
Pull out the calendar.
You could
Here, the
mer- you could merge
recommendation from
them.
Dax, you merge them, you can hunt till the middle to the 15th to 20, let's go the 20th of November.
1st to the 20th.
Yep.
Merge management and cactus on the Paunsaugunt. Season dates November 1st to the 20th. Align the premium limited entry archery and premium limited entry muzzleloader with the management respectively. Anything else?
I don't think so.
You like the Oak Creek? Don't care.
No.
Leave it as is.
Yeah.
2 hunts. The proposal's 2 hunts.
Is it 2 hunts?
They split it in the proposal. Not trying to sway you at all. One rifle.
Just leave 1 hunt on the Oak Creeks.
Rifle hunt. Any legal weapon.
Here's the motion as I understand it. Okay, we're going to pass as presented with the addition of lining the Paunsaugunt hunts as proposed, which is have the same dates for archery, limited entry, and management buck hunts, the same dates for the muzzleloader limited entry and management buck hunts, and align the any legal weapon management buck and cactus buck hunts with an ending date not past mid-November, and then keep a single any legal weapon hunt on the Oak Creek.
Do the 20th.
Date of November 20. Okay.
Any question? Well, do we have a second? Pass as presented with the addition of aligning the Paunsaugunt hunts, archery limit, premium limited entry with the management archery hunt, and muzzleloader premium limited entry with the management buck hunt on the Paunsaugunt. Align or merge the any legal weapon management Paunsaugunt buck hunt with the cactus buck hunt with an ending date of November 20th. So that would be November 1st through the 20th, not overlapping with the premium hunt. And then keeping 1 single any legal weapon hunt on the Fillmore Oak Creek limited entry. Tammy seconds. Any other discussion? Ready for a vote? Take a vote. All those in the room here signify. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, unanimous here. We got Chad and Verlin, hands up. Riley, do you oppose?
I don't oppose, but I wanted to have this different discussion, but it's fine.
So how do you vote? Hands up. Okay, unanimous. Number 7 passes unanimous. Thank you, Mike. That was a great motion. Okay, that ends number 7. Let's go number 8. Once in a lifetime for the next 3 years, hunt tables and dates with Rusty Robinson, our once in a lifetime coordinator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have anything for us before we jump into questions?
In the interest of time, I'm happy to just jump right in.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So it was RAC, I believe, that brought up the December 31st. Conservation tags always get a special exemption so they can hunt their sheep till December 31st if for some reason they don't kill early. I understand it's harder to kill a sheep later in the year. Then you guys recommended this year to align those dates as the board instructed you to look at, but then you throw in the hesitation, said, we're not really happy about it. If you're not happy about it, why still allow the exemption for conservation tags? That's my question.
That's a great question. It felt like, I guess, a little silly. We just asked for, to put that in rule that where we don't have to ask for a variance every year for the conservation permit to hunt till December 31st. And so where we just established that in rule, it felt a little silly to go back on that. And I don't know if we even considered that in some of the RACs where it's been brought up. We're happy to consider it. We were just trying to follow the direction of the board. And I apologize if it sounded like we were trying to undermine the board. We just wanted to voice our concerns. We're willing to try it. But there are some major concerns going till the end of the year with that many hunters on the landscape. But to your point, we are open to reopening the conservation permit rule and going that route, if that's an easier route.
So it's simply quantity, because a conservation permit holder could still be out there watching a helicopter mess up his hunt, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's sheer quantity.
Yeah, it's, it's one hunter. It's not on every unit. Yeah.
Do you have a ballpark of harvest data? Like how many people on these sheep hunts kill in the first 10 days anyway? Is this even an issue?
Lindy would have to.
Is that like, could
pull
we
that
even
up.
say?
I think I was just recently, I was looking at the Escalante and it was like 12 days or something like that was the
Average.
days of harvest.
So it's potentially could not even cause an issue, even if they had a long season. Is that fair?
Correct.
Do we manage for 100% harvest on all our sheep hunts in Utah?
We don't manage for percent harvest, but I think by design, these once in a lifetime hunts, people take them really seriously and success rates are very, very high.
Now that we don't have to check in our sheep anymore, we just take them home, fill out our harvest report. What's the deadline to report on a sheep harvest?
Is it 30 days after the hunt closes?
Yes. So potentially you would have no idea if there's still an outstanding hunter on a unit where they don't have to physically check it in anymore.
Correct. Unless, so a lot of these units have 3 or 4 tags. And if we really want to know, we could call everybody, may or may not get a hold of them. But yeah, to your point, yes, we wouldn't have an official, harvest report at that time.
Okay. Any other questions from the RAC? Right?
So did we take the checking in a sheep away? We don't have to have them plugged anymore?
Correct.
Just take it home. Measure it yourself and submit your measurements. Any other questions from the RAC? Questions from the public? All right, let's summarize public comment on this.
Uh, 20 people got on and commented. 75% of them were generally in favor, 25% neutral, no negative comments on this. Very, very few written comments, just indicating support or not.
Public comment, I only have one comment card from Troy Justinson.
Troy Justinson, speaking on behalf of SFW, we support the recommendation with one exception, and it's dealing with these conservation tags and the sheep tags. Real easy fix. I mean, right now, if you extend it to the 31st, it's almost 3 months of hunting. That puts an extreme amount of pressure on your top end with a lot of people. Our recommendation would be just to adjust and bring the conservation dates back to match the public hunter dates. And so they still have a month and a half to hunt. And then also eliminates having to worry about when they go out there at the chopper and their counts that you don't have a chopper, the potential conflict with your hunters. So we just recommend that we align the conservation permit dates with the normal public hunt dates. Thank you. We don't think it's going to affect the price of the tags or anything like that. And if it does, it is what it is. So.
Thanks, Troy. No other comments? We'll open up for RAC discussion. I do have one more question that I need to ask. This was brought up before. We asked to not have hunts for one's lifetime that only have one permit. But at least give us 2, right, to residents. And I know we've gone back and forth on that multiple times, but I mean, can we look at a 3-year season dates on a hunt and say, yes, there will be non-resident permits or resident permits on this hunt for 3 years for sure?
That's the recommendation. And so we actually kind of looked at it really hard this year on what units we give non-resident permits on. And we tried to only focus on the units that historically have had a large number of tags. And so in the past, take bison, for example, we have a lot of hunts with 5 permits. And so when you have 5 permits, 4 goes to resident and 5 goes to non-resident is what we've done in the past. We decided to take a hard look at all the hunts, permits we've recommended and issued in the past, and then concentrate those non-resident permits on only certain hunts. So instead of giving 20% of the permits to non-residents, now we're giving a true 10%. But it's, so you may have a hunt with 2 or 3 non-resident permits on it now, instead of 4 and 1, 4 and 1, 4 and 1, 4 and 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's still the secret permit setting meeting before the permit setting meeting.
Just going off of historical numbers, we tried to focus on hunts that historically have given a large number of permits that we could do 2 or 3 non-residents on instead of, ones that historically have 5. Now all 5 can go to residents.
And will all resident hunts have at least 2 permits?
That's our goal. We don't like, yes. And the only exception would be bighorn on occasion. If things aren't going well, we've got a die off or something. But we really don't want to close the hunt. There's rams to be harvested. But based on our surveys, it maybe only 1 is warranted. So I believe that we did it on one of the San Juan units this year, but we also committed that, to look really hard at doing 2 on everything.
Thank you. I think I'm just trying to understand the 3-year season set, because I understand you could set permits at 0 ideally, but you can't because you've already allowed people to apply. So when you put 3 years down, that means I'm getting 3 years of permits in that hunt.
Unless something crazy happens, especially with sheep, there could be a die off. We could come back here next year and revise everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other RAC discussion, or we'll entertain a motion? Danny makes a motion to approve as proposed. Second by Bryant. No changes on, or no recommendations on sheep date changes, correct? As proposed would be till December 31st. Or draw hunters. That's about the only thing that was brought up.
So, yeah, but, so the conservation permit, that Troy discussed, can we amend that in there, or was that?
So that, the way I understand that would be kind of a 2-step process, because that was changing conservation permit rule. So what
Yeah.
you would do now is roll those ending dates back from December 31st on the public tags to be normal dates, what a 6-week hunt or whatever it is, and then let them do the conservation permit adjustment later. But as proposed right now, it extends the draw guys to December 31st. Am I wrong on how I understood that, Rusty?
Yeah, that's correct. If that was the motion and the vote to bring sheep dates back to historically kind of the structure we've set up in the past, most of the desert hunts have ended on November 10th, and most of the Rocky hunts have ended on November 30th, with some exceptions for hunts with multiple hunts, or where we have like Antelope Island, where there's an agreement with the park or something like that. Then the conservation permit would still be to the end of the year for the first year of the conservation cycle, but we could take it back to the board and try to revise that conservation permit rule to make it match the existing public dates. If that's the direction the RAC and board want to go.
So I would say you just decide what you want to do on the public hunts, and then we can deal with that later.
Okay, so is the motion to pass as proposed, but recommend that the conservation permit rule be changed so that the bighorn sheep dates match the draw hunt dates? Is that what we're? No, what this was going with what Troy proposed, to bring the conservation permit dates back to match the draw hunt dates, not extend. Yeah, so it's passing it. It's the 2-step process, but I think it's doing what. Yeah, after this, it's still, the conservation permit rule isn't on the agenda tonight. So it's just a recommendation to reopen the conservation permit rule. And that's what I think that's what I've captured here.
So this year. That's how it's proposed.
Okay, for 2025. So to pass as proposed for 2025, but recommend that the conservation permit rule be changed so the bighorn sheep hunt dates match the draw dates after 2025. They've already, well.
Mr. Chair, and just for clarification, would that take place in 27 or would that take place in 26?
Should be in 26. Is it- Rusty, come help us. What if we're doing something that's not possible here?
It sounds like what you're trying to do is recommend the sheep hunt dates go back to what we've done in the past, where they end November 10th or November 30th with some exceptions this year. And then you're recommending for us to go back to the board, reopen the conservation permit rule and rein in the conservation permit dates to match those earlier dates for
No,
the
what they're
second year
saying
of the
is
cycle.
for 2025, everybody gets to hunt till December 31st because we can't. Never mind.
That's what I
So-
understood. And if that's not what, okay.
So you're saying approve everything with the exception that we roll back the hunts to what they were previously, starting this year, and make the recommendation that they look at the conservation hunt to roll it back as well.
And again, Rusty, if you could just clarify, so if we were to take that back to the board, that would be for 2026 on the conservation dates, correct?
Correct.
It has to be the second year?
Yeah, the first year of the cycle, we'd have to stick with what we've got approved in rule right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can we do this and then have them not change it until that gets changed also? Rusty? If we,
At a
if
Catholic
we do
mass.
this recommendation, can we keep the dates the same until the conservation permit dates get changed?
So that was what I was trying to lay out, and Tammy said that's not what she wanted, so the answer is no.
Then I won't.
According to Tammy.
You can recommend anything you want.
So the way it's proposed, it's going to be off for 1 year. If the way it's proposed right now is this year, the conservation permit holders would be able to hunt till December 31st. We would go back. But that's not what she wanted. She wanted to roll the draw dates back for this year. So let me finish. Okay. So the way it's proposed, the way Tammy is, the way the motion is this year, there would be a separation to the beach because the conservation permit hunters would still be able to hunt till December 31st. We would go back to the traditional dates for the draw hunts and then recommend that as soon as it can happen, the conservation permit rule be reopened and those dates be rolled back to match the draw hunt dates rather than extending the draw hunters to the end of December.
I would like to see it not extend, not change until conservation is rolled back to the same. Because of the way that's gonna happen, conservation is gonna get an extra year.
But it's been that way for 20 years. So you're giving them, you're still getting it back. I think that, yeah, that exception's been in place for a long, long time for the conservation permits. We've just asked for it we've asked for it every year. It just got put in the rule, so it didn't have to be asked for, but it's been that way for over a decade.
We changed the dates this year to go to the 31st.
Southern Region, I need you to speak into the
Right.
mics. We're not picking you up.
You capture your third motion. You want to withdraw your second?
We're talking about the difference to get it in line a year or so on a handful of permits. I think it can happen, it can work either way, so. Okay.
Okay, everybody's clear. Roll the draw hunts back to regular dates. Recommend that conservation permits be changed to match the same dates after 2025 season. Motion by
That's it.
Tammy, second by Bryant. Chuck,
I was gonna say, if Brian didn't second it, I was gonna second it.
we still got a second. All those in favor here in the room signify favor of this motion. Unanimous here. Riley, Chad are in favor. Verlin, are you opposed? Verlin's in favor, unanimous. Thank you, Rusty. That's agenda item number 8. Agenda item number 9. Lindy, thank you for joining us here this evening. Lindy's our wildlife licensing coordinator. She's got some amendments for us on general season deer, dedicated hunter applications, and youth allocations.
Yep.
Anything different from your presentation or that's coming up in other racks we need to address?
Nope.
Any
So-
questions from the rack? Chuck?
So the youth, they would get the permit the first time they draw. They don't wait a year. That first year they draw, they automatically get not a permit, get a point.
So
right?
the first year they apply, yes, they would
Okay.
receive a preference point to help them increase their draw odds, but not guarantee the permit.
And that would just be additive, Lindy, so they would just start at 1 instead of starting at 0.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. Yep. And if they didn't draw, they would have that point to go into next year and go in with 2 years, even though it's, their first year drawing, they would already have a point. You know what I mean?
Lindy, I know you've ran your analysis on this. Like, how many more permits do you see that putting in the hands of youth if they stayed in the units they're still applying in?
Like for the first
For the
time youth?
Yeah.
For the first time applicants, because this only applies to first time applicants, not just all youth. So it just depends on year to year. So, this year we had 3,400 new youth applicants into the big game drawing for general season permit. So essentially, it would give those first time youth a little bit of a leg up. And so it's hard to say like how many more would actually draw because draws are going to change. People change around and people are going to shift. So now the second year will be in the same level as the first year because they're all going with 1 point.
Does that not just shift everybody up a
It
little
does.
bit?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. So essentially you're just raising the bar for those youth.
And it's first time youth applicants.
Yes,
So
just youth.
under 18.
17 and younger.
Never applied for deer or never applied at all?
Never apply for a general season deer.
Okay.
So if they have a different application, we're only looking at general season deer.
If, Lindy, on the 20% youth allocation, I've seen your table of how you calculate that, and that is mind-boggling. But the 20%, if we just get all the youth applicants together and say, hey, do not apply for muzzleloader or archery, just all of you apply for rifle, and then you get to hunt all the seasons. Wouldn't that be better for everybody?
Well, we don't have enough permits for any legal weapon because the way we divide it out, because we give 20% allocation. And then within that 20%, we divide 60, 20, 20. So we don't have enough allocation to give every youth an any legal weapon tag. So that's the reason why, youth that apply for archery and muzzleloader, they draw out quicker because there's not many youth applying for it. And so like if we give them all, said just apply for any legal weapon and didn't do the allocation, that is a possibility. The Mule Deer Committee talked about that, but they didn't want to ruin the draw odds because we can't just give them all any legal weapon tag. They would still be competing. So all the youth that go in, the 20,000 youth that go into the drawing, because now we're looking at the 20,000 youth. And if they all apply for any legal weapon, your draw odds are going to get way worse because we only have so many permits.
Didn't you say in your presentation, maybe I understood you wrong, that any unused youth allocation of archery and muzzleloader would roll in to become an any legal weapon
Yeah.
tag? So
After they've all been evaluated.
Yeah.
So we evaluate everyone's application. We then see what one hasn't, by unit type, saying that we don't have like what here, 1,600 permits weren't allocated that were archery permits. So we didn't have enough youth applicants for the certain units. And of course, those are more like in the northern, some central, you know, there's not tons down here. There were a few. We would then take those archery permits and convert them to any legal weapon tag and rerun the draw.
You're saying after the adults draw?
No,
No,
no.
after the youth draw.
after the first youth round.
So they would get their quota in a rifle, any legal weapon license.
Mhm.
So it would not be beneficial to apply for archery because you'll get that same quota later.
Maybe. This is, you know, this depends on each year. Yeah, they're already gone.
I know, I'm saying no one should apply a youth for archery or muzzleloader. Right? Would that be more beneficial?
That's what they want to hunt. And they know they can draw, then yeah, they should.
Yeah, because like, you know, drawing out for Pine Valley archery is a lot easier than drawing out for Pine Valley any legal weapon, right? So a lot of youth just apply for, because we sell out of the archery Pine Valley for youth. Like they utilize that full 20% of the 20%. But them trying to apply for any legal weapon tag, we have way more youth applying for just the any legal weapon tag than that 20% of the 60%. And so they wouldn't draw. It would make them go up and take longer to draw for that tag. And so, yeah, so that's the reason why the Mule Deer Committee looked at it, and because they talk about just converting all of them to any legal weapon. But for the youth that want to use a lesser weapon like archer or muzzleloader, they said, why take that odds away from them? Allow them to use it, draw out sooner, and they're wanting to use that weapon type. Why not? And the kids that want to do the any legal weapon, they may have to wait a bit longer, but by rule, we have a 20% allocation. So let's try to utilize that full 20% to the youth and convert it to an any legal weapon tag and try to get some of those youth through it. Because if not, those tags just go to the adults in the regular round.
So when you say you roll them over to any legal weapon, is that within unit or anywhere? So
it's
the
within
Pingwich
unit.
Archery rolls into the Pingwich.
Yes, yeah, it's all by unit.
Okay.
Yep.
Lindy, remind me on your dedicated hunter. You tried this before a couple
Yes.
of years ago.
2019,
Was it very similar? Was it exactly the same? Just telling them to pick,
exact same proposal.
and that was shot down entirely, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Any questions from the public? Summarize public comment. Agenda item number 9.
Okay, a few people expressed reluctance on the question of rolling youth tags over, but there's about a 2-to-1 in terms of support versus not support on that particular issue. There was only 3 people that commented on the dedicated hunter part of it. And they were dedicated hunters that were opposed to being able to apply for both general season and dedicated hunter. Overall, for the overall proposal, it was more people agreeing than opposing it. 48% expressed some level of agreement compared to 27% that expressed some level of disagreement, with 29 people commenting.
When you said the 3, clarify on the dedicated hunter versus general season, you said 3 people opposed the change or opposed being able to apply?
3 people opposed dedicated hunters being restricted to only apply to having to choose whether you're going to apply as a dedicated hunter or for the.
So they were opposing.
Yeah, they were current dedicated hunters and liked having their cake and eating it too. Imagine that.
Opinion in there, was there? Okay. Public comment. I've got 1 card from Troy.
Speak out both sides of my mouth, one for SFW, one for the Mule Deer Committee. SFW supports the recommendation with 1 change. They want to make the dedicated hunter choose. You either choose you put in for, no, they want to go the same, excuse me. I'm getting them mixed up. They want to, they like the option to be able to accrue points on both of them. So we accept the recommendation with the exception of leaving the dedicated hunter the way it is. as far as my standpoint, sitting on the Mule Deer committee, I support that, with the change that making them choose, you either got to put in for dedicated hunter or just general season. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. All right, RAC discussion.
I have a question.
Tammy's got a question.
We do not make non-residents choose though, right?
They would have to choose under this proposal. They would have
Okay,
to
because
choose as
I've
well.
had several people ask me that, and they said the way they read it is that non-residents wouldn't have to choose. But they don't.
Lindy, do you want to clarify?
Yes, so for the dedicated hunter in general season, they would have to choose. That restriction goes across the board. Mhm.
Lindy, did the committee provide you with any ideas of moving dedicated hunter to a limited entry hunt, or did that not make it that far at all?
Not to a dedicated hunter, they talked about like just removing it completely, you know, kind of like what Dax mentioned, turning it into a single year multi-season tag. You know, or just doing away with the program, but not moving it to a limited entry aspect of it. No.
Thank you. Any other RAC discussion? Bart?
There we go. So first proposal, fine with second one, dedicated hunter. Just again, from my understanding, you know, it seems like there's been a lot of dedicated hunter bashing in, you know, for the purpose of opportunity for everybody else. And this kind of seems to follow along those lines. You have to make a choice to get one or the other. My question is, or maybe someone can help me understand, will this adversely affect the dedicated hunter program? And do we like the dedicated hunter program? Do we get benefit out of it? My understanding is dedicated hunter program, they do a lot, they do work, they contribute in projects that otherwise would cost the division money to execute. Is that correct? And so are we trying to disincentivize people from signing up for the dedicated hunter program? I mean, is that what we're doing? Is that the right thing to do?
I'll speak in general terms. We like the dedicated hunter program, and yes, we get a lot of benefit out of it. As for disincentivizing people to apply for it, I don't know. That would depend on what the current number of applications are. Are we over, or are we getting way more applicants for dedicated hunters on every unit than are available? If so, then it's probably a moot point that there's
Yeah.
still going to be enough people applying. But Lindy will need to answer.
That's kind of how it is. Like, yeah, right now there's a little over, 13,000 dedicated hunters that apply for the program. And there's about 11,000 that actually do this, that apply for both. So yeah, so we will probably lose some applications. And, when I think, like, people ask me like, well, how's this going to play out? I always think, well, 50-50. 50 may just stick with dedicated hunter. So then we're losing, what, 6,500, no, 5,500 people. But we have enough applicants to do it. But it's going to help the draw odds in the dedicated hunter and in the general season, because you're losing applications. You're losing around 11,000 apps overall. And then those people that did it, they have a point, that they can use when they get out of the program. So they already have a leg up than someone else. But yeah, no, we, as a division, we do support the dedicated hunter program. We love what they do. They help us in many habitat projects and throughout the state doing things. So it's not trying to get rid of it, no.
Yes, so you don't see the second order effect of something like this, to have fewer people doing work that you need done, but
No.
otherwise you would have to spend dollars on to get bodies out there.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thanks, Bart. Good.
It depends on the unit. Which particular, because from the top of the state down to the bottom of the state, it's very different. Just like Troy said, it took him 5 years to draw out for Boulder, Then there's units that they can draw out every single year they apply. Yeah. And it all depends. Each year is different because it's a 3-year program. So depending on how many we lose each year is how many we can allocate, because it's only a 15% allocation. So.
Like,
So with that, in pulling that out, so you can't do one way or the other, how many permits do you believe, just on average, will go back into the general fund?
It's not gonna be any permits going, it's the same, we're the same amount of permits. No,
Okay,
it's just point, I'm just talking about points that people will accrue when they apply for two different applications.
Mike, right?
Just curious how the conversation went about maybe doing the dedicated hunter for 1 year only and allowing them to hunt all them hunts that year.
It was a good conversation, but it did get complicated because like how many hours would they have to do? And, you know, it's hard when you draw out in the end of May to get those project hours done by, you know, mid-August. You know, that's why we cut the hours last year in the dedicated hunter program down to 6 the first year. So there was a lot of discussion, but overall, these people that apply for the dedicated hunter program are very dedicated. They like to do things for wildlife. And so when you do the 3 years, they can, you know, help us out over a 3-year
Do
span.
you guys benefit more from the money or from the manpower?
From my perspective, that's hard because I'm not a biologist and I'm not in the field, but from what I've heard from every management, it's what's on the field. And Kevin, you can.
If you remember, what, a year ago or 2 years ago, we doubled the price for people to buy their hours with the intention of decreasing the number of people that buy their hours and increasing the number of people that are doing service. So I think that speaks to that question. We would rather have people out interacting with Habitat and with our staff than coming in and buying their hours.
I think people are going to think that I'm against the dedicated hunter, but I could go for it for 1 year if you guys could let them do work hours. You know, I like the benefit of that, but I don't like them taking tags for 3 years.
I think we already approved the dedicated hunter program in the statewide mule deer plan earlier tonight. I think that would be part of it. But there was a lot in that plan. Just my thoughts. I know I'm not a voting member tonight, but I feel like the first time youth preference point, adding it on is just a tiny drop in the bucket that doesn't do a lot except complicate things. If we wanted youth, especially first time applicants, to get a permit their first year, I would have looked at the 20% youth allocation and up that to 30 or 40, do something to give the youth permits rather than trying to play in a very, very messy, complicated draw system by you get 1 more point. Well, everybody gets 1 more point. We're all better together. So I don't think that helps. I think it's a great idea, but I think it's just a Band-Aid on a cancer patient. The youth underutilized allocation, I mean, that makes my spreadsheet document 100 times more complicated, but sure, roll them over. If it's a youth tag, please keep it a youth tag. I am supportive of that. And another drop in the bucket is making them pick between general season deer, dedicated hunter. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think we have to force these guys to choose. It's literally just double dipping from the same permit pool. And this is just one tiny little step that goes the right way, but we need bigger change. So those are my comments. Ready for a motion? Anybody? Chuck?
Motion that we approve is presented.
I second.
Bart, second. Motion from Chuck to approve as presented. Agenda item number 9 on all the changes. Any discussion needed on the motion? We'll do a vote. Please show your hand if you're here in the room. Unanimous in the room. Verlin, Chad, Riley, bottom left. Riley, are you opposed or in favor? He's up. Passes unanimous. Thank you, Lindy. Good changes. Agenda item number 10. Last but not least. Chad, do you tell people you work nights? CWMU renewals.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd make it up here tonight. I thought we were going to run out of time, so I'm happy to be here.
We're glad you're here. Any clarification or more details?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions from the RAC for Chad? And there was one recommended for denial. And the JB Ranch, I believe we received a comment on that one. One new application for approval and a bunch of renewals. Any questions? Questions from the public? Summarize public comment.
The only, in addition to the JB Ranch letter that Stacy forwarded out, the only written comment was in relation to Junction Valley, and I would have to have Chad talk about what it's for approving 2 additional elk tags, I think, for Junction Valley, but I don't know the circumstances well enough to give any more detail than that.
Yeah, the request is for 2 additional tags. The concern was that they didn't harvest in 2023. That was a bad year. So we went back and looked at the history of what the public hunter harvested, and the public hunter had been harvesting pretty much every year, had that opportunity. So we just took that 2023 as being an off year and think that it can support those 2 additional tags.
The comments.
Generally in favor? Okay. I have no public comment cards. Maybe. One public comment card. Corey Martin. Make that 2. This is not for this agenda item. And this is number 10. So we'll call up Bob for public comment. Agenda item number 10.
Thank you. I'm Bob Ott with the State Landowner Association, and we support the recommendation as presented and hope you'll pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you. That's it for public comment. Open it up for RAC discussion. Everybody have a chance to read the letter and comments that were sent in? Okay. I'll entertain a motion if somebody's ready to make one. Bryant makes a motion to pass as presented. We have a second.
I second.
Second by Bart. Any discussion? Ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion to pass as presented, raise your hand. Unanimous here in the room and unanimous online. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. In other news, we have the Wildlife Board meeting will be December 12th. For this meeting up in Farmington, that's where final decisions will be made. And the week immediately following that, December 17th, the next RAC meeting will be in Richfield at the DNR complex there. That'll be covering bear, cougar, waterfowl, all that good stuff. So hope to see you then. Good luck, be safe. And that's it from Cedar City.